And I was shown that that Lucifer would return, that the UN and the Vatican were going to be completely behind it, again, under false pretenses. He's going to show up and say, I'm here to save the day, right? And, okay, fine, you know.
Yeah, of course,
ahead,
you can say whatever you want.
But
I've always hated censorship. It's the internet.
Sometimes, you know, once they get you for your first love bite, well, it depends on how aware you are, right?
I forgot my bullets. I never had a gun. Here I am left standing. Am I the only one? For what I see, memories have guilted me. I'll never see the sun.
First of all, as you know, the Anunnaki and the Draco are enemies. Second of all, underneath Baghdad was a stargate that was created by the Anunnaki so that they could transfer from Jupiter to the Earth.
I'll never see the sun. I could just end it all, but the demons will have won.
Practitioners that, you know, some are good and some use their magic for good and to heal and to help, and others do use it for evil. And, you know, in some cases, you know, people really were using
This is too much sometimes. From the broken ruins of Babylon, this is End of Days Radio. I'm your host, Daniel, broadcasting to you from that shimmering Emerald City right here in the heart of the Pacific Northwest. Today's date is Sunday, September 15th, in the year of our Lord 2024. Today's guest is none other than Ole Dammegard. Back from last week, which didn't exactly work out due to some strange interference, but we are glad to be back and glad to have Ole back with us as well. Ole Dammegard, he was awarded the Prague Peace Prize, a Lighthouse Award nominee, and adopted by the Apache Nation. He's an author, international speaker, former journalist, musician, and investigator who has dedicated the last 35 odd years of his life to researching many of the global conspiracies. He joins us once again so we can get caught up in the world of false flag deception, assassinations. You get the idea. You guys know who Ole is. And that's why, like me, you are so pumped up for the show today. And don't forget to go to endofdaysradio.com where you can catch up on everything End of Days Radio. From there, you can email me. That's danielendofdaysradio@gmail.com. You can, of course, donate to the show. Always need those donations. Help keep the servers up. Help keep the lights on. And thank you, of course, to anybody and everybody who has ever donated to the show before. A couple End of Days Radio news items to start off with. As many of you know, I've been out for a good while. You know, it's been about a month, maybe a little bit more than that since we did a show. There's a lot to that. There's a lot of reasons why that happened. One being a change of positions in my personal life, my work life. So I needed to take some time off to deal with other business outside of the world of odd phenomena and truth and conspiracies and fringe topics. You know, there's a million different ways to describe them, but I had to take a little break in order to get my life in order, and hopefully I made a little progress there. The other reason is I hate to say this, but I did have a little bit of a health scare. I haven't told anybody about this. I decided that I was going to announce it on the next show, and here I am. I don't want to be too specific of what's going on with me, but I have to make some changes. Let's put it that way. No more of my usual pork rinds, chips, pepperoni sticks, soda, energy drinks. I can't have any of that stuff anymore. And it's a little depressing, but it's for my health. And if I don't make these changes, I will literally die. So you won't see me with any of that junk on here anymore. I'm cutting it out completely. Otherwise, I won't be here to do this show. So that's that. And I'm sorry that I cannot continue to party with you guys with junk food and pizza and all that stuff. It's not good for you. And if you are really into that stuff, I suggest you rethink, because once you get to a certain age, it's not going to be fun anymore. And also, one more news item. Dr. Robert will not be joining with us today. He's in New York right now. He contracted a terrible form of food poisoning. So he as he puts, he has stuff coming out of both ends, and he's very sorry. He will be very missed for the show today, but he will be back hopefully next week. But enough jibber jabbering. Let's get on to our main event and bring on our guest for today. Ole, hello.
Hello. How are you doing?
Doing great. It's so good to hear from you. Oh, just you've been patiently waiting for the show to start. I thank you for showing up so early and for being here. We had a little bit of trouble last week, so definitely thank you for
Yes, sorry about that. I have absolutely no idea what happened, but it was like so weird because the emails from you were delayed so that I got them after, and I can't remember what, but like an hour after. And then instead of the links you sent to me, you sent multiple and none of them arrived. And then all of them arrived at the same time, but too late. So it's like, I don't know. Weird, a little bit strange, I must say.
Yeah, and the same thing seemed to happen on my end where I got your responses kind of all at once. And it was really puzzling because I was sitting here and I was emailing you multiple times and I was like, that's so strange. I know I sent you the link the night before. Did that one not even come? That it sounds like that one was delayed along with the rest of them. Man, that's spooky. That's spooky.
I got all of them in one big chunk.
Yikes.
No, it's
this
not.
Type of stuff isn't really unusual
games
for you, though, is it? It's not unusual for these little.
Oh God, no. It's happened hundreds of times, so that's also why I was early this time. Plus that I asked you to please send me the link days ahead so that I know for sure that I've got it. So it's just the way, if you start hearing about, or if you start experiencing these things enough times, it's just, okay, let's just play the game and surf the waves and whatever. I mean, get a life. That's what I say to whoever is messing with them. The stupid thing is that they're really shooting themselves in the foot, because we are here to help everyone, and if this is done on purpose, then these individuals that sometimes get they're paid good, but I mean, their future, what are they doing with the future of their children, the future? I mean, just because you got a fat paycheck doesn't mean that you're doing the right thing. And I would say strongly suggest back off, get a life, and join the rest of us. So yeah, it is what it is.
Yeah, after spending a large chunk of my adult life in the workforce, I've come to realize that people will do all kinds of stupid and ridiculous stuff for money. They'll even shame themselves and humiliate themselves. And it wouldn't surprise me if there were some people that were part of some secret alphabet agency behind the alphabet agencies that were, getting orders from some of these think tanks.
But nowadays, very often it's just algorithms. It's like digital filters that just generates this type of thing. It's my email. It's like if I make a bulk email, some receive, some don't. Some is because this is also where it's really tiresome, because it's like there's nothing wrong. When people email me and say, I didn't get that, or this didn't work, or whatever, I check it out, it's working. So how can you fix something that is working, but it's not being it doesn't work on the other end. So, but it works for some, not for others. So I fix it, I sort it out, then it works for them, that doesn't work for the other. So it's like, it is what it is. It's just like, you just have to get stamina and just say, oh, I'm going to continue until it works, and then just do it again, 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 and boom, suddenly it works. So yeah, that's what it is. I don't even react anymore. I just do.
Yeah, it's disturbing, and I know exactly what you mean about the algorithms, stuff like that. Just about on every form of social media, I experienced some form of filtering, or I guess a better word would be throttling, because anything I put out there is actually being throttled, and it's frustrating because they're not just
but it's like, it's so obvious. Something, yeah.
And now, if you or me or somebody else wanted to start,
I'm sorry,
our own,
the connections with that.
Oh yeah, no worries. We're a long ways apart. But if somebody wanted to start some type of social media platform, they can't really do it in the same way, because now the Apple Store or the Google Store will block you, so you can't come out with competition for Twitter or X or Facebook or anything like that. The tech industry really has a lockdown on things, and we can only speculate who's who owns those shares and is really calling the shots.
The thing is, I've been censored everywhere. I've been shut down more or less everywhere. Now on Rumble, there's an account in my name. It's not me. If you go to oledammegard.com, it's a legal firm in El Paso, Texas. I mean, how the hell did that happen? My domain name was just stolen and redirected. You can check it out for yourself. I have no idea what happened there. And even Patreon shut me down, which I think is really not good, where it was not because anything I posted on Patreon. They contacted me one day and said, if you don't delete these interviews on your website, on my website. These were interviews with Rainer Fulmich, who was the head of the Corona Investigative Committee. He was the head of 100 international lawyers that were looking into the crimes during the COVID operation. And so they said, if you don't delete these 2 interviews, plus my recorded testimonials for that, the Corona Investigative Committee, if you don't delete these ones, we'll shut you down. And it was just like, I said, what would that be? And it's like my sweetheart Kim, she said, soon they're going to try and decide what color underwear you wear if you bend over. And so I just said, sorry, this is my website. That has nothing to do with you. And boom, we were shut down there as well. But it's also like on YouTube, like the number of views, when I had a channel that was shut down like 5-6 years ago with more than a couple of 100,000 followers, it just shut down, boom, like that. And Vimeo and Twitter and Rumble, so many of them. And the thing is, it's just I've never been aggressive. I've never been rude. I've never been racist. The only thing I've been talking about is what, as far as I know, the truth. And that is the one they don't like. So yeah, it's really weird.
Yeah.
But once again, it is what it is. It's just accept and just accommodate. That's the one. Just play the rule. If that's the one you do, if you shut me down here, I'll come over here. If you shut that down, I'll go under. If you shut me down under, I come over. It's just like this, boom. It's like a dance. But let's talk some why you wanted me on the show. Let's talk about these things instead.
Sure. Enough about censorship for now. I did want to go ahead and talk about, the elephant in the room, or the elephant on the stage, I should say. What we're all talking about is these attempts on the life of one Donald J. Trump, who had a assassination attempt pulled off on him. The bullet grazed his ear. Really frightening. I know you have to have a take on this, Ole. What's going on here? Is this who's after him, or is this thing is this a illusion of some type?
Well, here it is. when I look into these things, I have no personal take on Donald Trump. I don't watch or listen to politicians. I don't. What I'm into are tracking down criminals and pro-humanity. Everything pro us, freedom, liberty for everyone, equality, and balance. So when something happens, I look at it not from a personal point of view, like I like this guy, and so he would never do like. I just look at what happened. And when you look at this incident in Butler, Pennsylvania, it screams out that there's something very weird going on. So what is important, what I do is I download everything while it's happening, because nowadays it's being censored so quickly, so that you don't even get a chance hardly to go back to a video, because when you return to it, it's already gone. And the only thing that is left is the official narrative. So it's a matter of download. And then once you got it all, or try to get it all up from both sides, critical views, the official narrative, the alternative narrative, all of it is needed to be looked at. And then I go hundreds of hours looking into the details. But this one, right away, I mean, it was just like, hello, something super weird is going on. And the reason, one of the first things that I look at is that let me rewind the tape. The thing is, either it was Are you still there?
Yeah, sorry about that. We're just having a little bit of lag, so we probably lost your last.
Are you there,
sentences.
Daniel?
Yeah, can you hear me? Oh shoot, we got some bad
Yeah,
lag.
I can. Okay, so can you hear me now?
Absolutely, yes.
Okay, so anyway, so you have to ask yourself, either it was an assassination attempt on Donald Trump. That means somebody wants him dead or out of the game. In that case, we're looking upon an assassination attempt. Or it was an assassination attempt with the help from the inside, meaning that the Secret Service was part of it. Why didn't they, when they were told by the snipers that there was a shooter on the roof, why didn't they do anything? How could the shooter even get on that roof only like 400 feet away? I mean, that is so against all security protocols. It's just ridiculous, the whole thing. But it's in that case, if the Secret Service was in on it and let the shooter come that close, then the problem is from within the security type of thing. Then a completely different thing is, could it be that the whole thing was staged? And if so, either was a stage to avoid an attack from someone else. That's what they say sometimes, that the victim itself staged this thing to avoid a real attempt. Okay, that's option 3. Or 4, was it completely staged? And if so, was this Donald Trump in on it? Because what was that all about? Because when you look at problem, reaction, solution, the way the old Romans made these templates, problem, somebody was shooting at Trump officially. Reaction, oh my God, something needs to be done. Solution, he survived, he's a hero, it's amazing, and boom, his popularity just skyrocketed in time here now before the elections. So you have to look at the different options. So if we look at this whole thing, one of the things you have to look out for, and I have this from Fletcher Prouty, who was head in Black Ops in the Pentagon, and also during the 50s up to the Kennedy assassination. He's the guy that is being portrayed as Mr. X in the JFK movie. Incredibly intelligent guy who became a whistleblower. I've learned so much from this guy. Anyway, what he said, you always had to look for what did not happen. Don't look for just what happened, but look for what should have happened but didn't happen, because these are often the dead giveaways if it is an inside job or a job carried out by Black Ops. So in this case, it screams everywhere that something very weird went on. So many things that should have happened did not happen. So, but one of the first thing that I just look for is like, if it is a staged event, mass shooting, a staged assassination attempt, something like that, it is more or less always preceded by a so-called security drill, a drill where they clear the area, where they say, because of your security. Are you there?
Yeah, just got a little bit of lag right there. Always seems to happen right when you're about to make a really interesting statement. The last thing I heard was something about a drill. They always do a drill before the event.
Are you there, Daniel?
Yes. There's a little bit of a delay here. Hopefully what I'm saying will reach him soon. Well, it's a little frustrating when there's lag like this, but I just beg everybody to stay with us, keep paying attention, and we will get him back ASAP. Probably just has to wait a little bit for the lag to clear up. And oh, I heard him again. That's the sign. He's coming back.
Daniel?
There he is. I know it. 3, 2, 1.
Hello.
There he is. Okay, I'm starting to see him on the screen again. That means the signal is being restored. Soon. This is interesting stuff, though. I mean, one thing that I like about Ole is he talks about the clues and the stuff that most people don't notice. I find it to be, what a lot of people say, it's a game of misdirection, and we're all kind of taught to ignore certain things that are right under our noses. Ole, can you hear me? Oh, excuse me. Bless me. Oh, boy. Well, we seem to be having some lag problems. Let's see what Clint is doing.
Hey, what's up? I was about to go brush my teeth real quick, but that sucks. Ole, his internet's going bad.
Hello.
Oh, there he is.
Are you back?
Can you hear me, Ole? Yeah, I'm back. Looks like we're having some lag issues again. Yeah, you said you had some kind of tie-in that you wanted to mention, Clint?
Oh, tie-in?
Yeah. Oh, where's Ole?
Oh, there he is.
Can you hear us, Ole?
I think, yeah, I can. It's always interesting with these type of technical issues when it's like everything is fine when you talk about the weather, and then you start going for it, and yeah, whatever.
I noticed that right when we get into the itty-gritty, all of a sudden.
Yeah.
So the last thing I heard was you were saying how before these things happen, you're coming in really clear now, disturbingly clear, but there's some kind of drill that takes place.
Yeah, the thing is, if it's a staged event, I'm just speculating or saying, If it's a stage event, what you will see is that there's a drill the day before. The area is cleared for our protection, some kind of security drill. And then they bring in whoever is needed for the operation. If it's a staged false flag operation, staged mass shooting, alleged mass shooting, staged alleged terror attack, whatever. And they go through the whole thing. They set up the cameras, they do a drill, they rehearse. It's just like a film shoot. They have portable toilets. They've got makeup facilities. They got crisis actors, directors, marketing agents. They got experts on pyro techniques or explosions and so on, depending on what type of operation it is. But during that drill, which is normally the day before, you have where during the drill that they do a lot of the footage. The video footage or high quality still photos of the event, whatever that was, but super sharp HD, super quality photos of terror or the assassination or whatever that is needed to get the effect when it's spread out in international media, because these things are more or less always there to create fear on a much bigger scale than just the event itself. So it's a matter of using the media that they control to a very large extent through the ownership of, it's like in the US, you've got like only 6 companies controlling more than 96%, I think, of all media, all TV stations, all book publishers, all of them are owned by the same individuals. And so the reason why they do all of these things is that so that they can, when the thing goes live, which is very often the day after, then they have live footage from location, but they blend it with the footage, the video footage and so on that was shot on the day before. And so this is why I guarantee you there will never ever be an alleged terror attack or an alleged mass shooting or something like this happening on a day with clouds, because they want a clear sky behind it so that they can blend the two events so that you can't see it. So it will be like seamless. Because when the live footage is like live from Austin, Texas, now new mass shooting like that, and you see the live footage, this is where someone like me right away starts checking, okay, the angle of the shadows, the background on the sky, the clouds, the formations, all of these things to see, do they match up? Do you still hear me? I'm just checking here, so I'm not sitting.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay, I don't want to interrupt because I don't want to cause a lag.
No, excellent. No, I prefer seeing you anyway. But anyway, so this is, you never have to be afraid of any kind of mass shooting or terror attack or things like that on a rainy day. It never happens. Never happened in the history of as long as I've been looking into this whole thing. It's always with the same sky in the background so that they can blend it. This is key. So what we see here, this is one of the first things when something happens, I check the sky. I don't look at what we're supposed to look at. I look at the sky. So in this case, we have Donald Trump. If you see, there are 3 different cameras shooting straight from the front. He's on stage. You can see that on the lighting that it's late in the day, which is according to the timeline. Everything is perfect. It's sort of a bit soft yellowish light, but the audience in the background, in the crowd, everything is well lit and sharp. Look at the sky. It's dark gray. Okay, then you have these iconic photos, incredible photos that are made for history books. I mean, like, they are unbelievably sharp and clear, and just the composition of the photos are to die for. I used to work as a photographer. They are super. What is the color of the sky? Clear blue. It's crystal blue. Okay, compare that. It's happened at the same time. Compare that to the dark gray sky in the video footage. Then you have the witnesses that are being interviewed right after it happened, like within 20 minutes, half an hour. Look at the background. It's completely overcast. How is that possible? How is that possible that these 3 things can happen at the same time? It is not. It is not. I mean, go figure, it is not. So what does that tell you? This was not filmed at the same day, at the same days. So That's the first one. Just like, whoa, wait a second, what's going on here? Then you see the security protocol. I mean, the way these things are done are that normally the location is chosen for security reasons. This is a guy, Donald with the hairdo. He can fill a football stadium nowadays. So where was it? It was in Butler, Pennsylvania. Population 13,302 or something like that. It's in the middle of nowhere. Okay, so did they choose it from security?
Kind of reminds me of, I was just kind of thinking Sandy Hook, how it was an isolated little area where they could control it.
Daniel, it is the same. Why do you think I'm a world-renowned expert? It's because I see if I watched a Rocky Balboa movie, Rocky 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, when you've seen Rocky 38, you can sort of see, oh my God, it's a Rocky movie again. It's the same. They use the same protocol. They use the same templates. They use the same setup. They use the same. So after a while, you will start to see, okay, wait a second. I'm just going to look out for this, and boom, 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 boom. All of it, all the boxes tick, 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 tick. And in this case, all of them were ticked as something super strange, nothing that worked, that was pointing towards the official narrative at all. Okay, so we have the security protocol. We have the Secret Service that are there. They go in normally weeks ahead, maybe months ahead, to check the area, because he is a high-profile individual that is under threat. He's like in a very, a former president. Okay, so what do they do? In this case, we have an area that is completely flat, which makes it really dangerous, because from a security point of view, you need to check 360. And nowadays, with the quality of weapons you have around, like an amateur sniper can be like a mile away and hit you in the head. It's like, that is not easy. So from a security point of view, you will make sure that the speaker, the podium, everything is in a position that can be checked and controlled like this. Is that what we see? Absolutely not. Absolutely not. It's right out in the open. That is just breaking a protocol, screaming hello. Then you have normally Secret Service comes in and they make like rings of protection. You've got an inner iron ring of protection around the protected individual, whoever that is. And then you got circles of protection that is normally filled up by local police authorities. And then the outer levels of this security is where we got like patrol officers and so on, controlling the traffic and this whole thing. Is that
Sorry, everybody, a little bit of lag.
Let me know when you hear me.
A little bit of lag. We're just kind of waiting for it to fade away. Really interesting stuff. That's also one of the things that came to my mind after it happened, was the location. Not specifically it being a small town. Yes, I can hear you. Looks like you're coming back. Good.
Okay, so the Secret Service, with the help of local authorities as well, goes in. They check all the buildings nearby. They seal all the windows, seal all the doors, and so on, so that nobody can come close. Is that what is done? No. Instead, we're being told that this 20-year-old nerdy guy who has no reputation of political involvement or aggressive behavior or skilled as a shooter or anything like that, where did he come from? Out of nowhere. And he managed to outsmart the security by parking 1 block away. So 1 block away, that outsmarted the Secret Service, the police authorities, all of these things. A car with explosives. And then he somehow managed to go from the car. He walked from the car, bringing the gun. Somehow, nobody saw the gun. And a ladder. Nobody knew how they got the ladder there, so that he could get up on the building. Like, It's the closest building to the stage. I mean, this is like, are you shitting me? Literally. How? I mean, these, like the water tower, these buildings, that is priority number one, that no one should be able to get up there. And the building where we're being told that this young guy, who by the name had the name Crooks, they love these names in sort of psychological operations, he gets up on the building that is owned by a company that is owned by BlackRock, but also in that very same building is where the local police had their headquarters. What? And then we're being told that a police officer came up, saw him up on the roof, did nothing. He saw him with a rifle, went back down again. We have snipers on both sides of the stage. That's the only Secret Service type of security you see, where they should have been 360. They're only there. One guy said that I saw him minutes before with a rifle on the roof. I asked, can I take him out? And he was told to stand down. What? By Secret Service. Then afterwards, and then he starts shooting, and then the sniper said that he could take him out. Does that make any sense whatsoever? No. Then afterwards, we're being told that Secret Service says, no, the sniper did not belong to Secret Service. We don't have anybody with that ID working for us. Okay, so how on earth did he get up there as a sniper? Then we were told that these Secret Service agents that helped and jumped on top of Donald Trump, doing absolutely not what Secret Service normally should do. They're behaving like absolute amateurs. Then we get to being told later on, no, they didn't work for Secret Service at all. They work for Homeland Security or something like that. I would say crisis actors. They have no clue what they're doing. If you really want to see how Secret Service works, they are the top of the top, the best of the best. That's why they work for the Secret Service. So if you look at the assassination attempt on Ronald Reagan, where George Bush Sr. was the one that set the whole thing up to take Reagan out, when you see how they reacted, how they did exactly how they're trained to do, that's how the Secret Service should react. Like two people just right on like in this case, Trump would just get him out of the line of fire. You got one that is standing in front, taking incoming bullets if needed, so protect with their own body. Then you have somebody jumping the shooter or attacking the shooter. And then you got people that are completely aware of the surroundings, because there could be alternative shooters. It's a 360 threat. Here we see them run around, most of them women, nothing negative about women. But here we have, like, there's one overweight woman who doesn't even know how to holster a gun. She's standing like in some kind of cartoon waiting for, it's a joke. It is a joke. The people there, the military guys that comes up on stage afterwards with a rifle, are they military? Are they doing what they're supposed? No, they're crisis actors. They have no clue. If you look at the whole thing, there's no adrenaline, there's no nothing going on. So very odd, to say the least. Then you have the crowd behind. We have multiple shots being fired. Do the crowd react at all? I tell you, I've been in war zones. If you hear bullets coming around your head, you know, if somebody fires a bullet that is not like 5-10 meters away from you, you know, and you will just go for cover. I tell you that most people freak out or wet their pants or whatever. Here we see in the background, Donald Trump is being shot at. They're sitting like, where did he go? Where's the shooter? They're fiddling around with a cell phone. It's like, what the hell? Also, really, really weird. There's this Vincent Fauci guy. But no, what's his name? He's always there in the background with Donald Trump. Some people think he's JFK Jr. I do not. But anyway, he's with a hat and he's right in the background of Trump. Look at his position. He's standing there together with a woman in a light blue T-shirt and a light blue cap. One footage straight from the front. He's to the right, up and to the right of Trump when Trump jumps down. The exact same angle. I don't know how they did it. He is to the left and down to the left. And it's the whole crowd has moved like that. I've even spoken to a guy in Hollywood. I compared the angles and I said, please have a look at that. He said, I'm not sure how this is. I don't understand how this is even possible. So that's another weird thing for you. And by the way, how can people say, but there were so many people there? Yeah, but there's also companies like crowdsondemand.com. Go, sir, look them up. Crowdsondemand.com, where you can rent a crowd. What do you need it for? Do you want pro-Trump, anti-Trump, pro-Kamala Harris, pro-abortion, anti-abortion, pro-Black Lives Matters, whatever it is, you want 100 people, 1,000 people, we can fly them in from wherever. We can even help you with the script. They can help you with all of the things and the whole stage thing. So just because there is a crowd doesn't mean that it's real. Please be aware of that one. And also, when you see the body cam footage afterwards, there was dramatic body cam footage released, and you see them running around the ones, and they get up on the building, and the shooter's lying there dead. Yeah. Okay, so since the shooter's there, it must be from the day when he was shot. You would think that also because the body is still there. But look at the body cam footage. There's no crowd. They're running around. There's no crowd. There's not 1,000 people. There's no sound in the background like stay down or listen or any turmoil or anything like that. They're running around. The grassy part of towards the building completely empty. When they get to the building, the parking lot completely empty, even though there's supposed to be hundreds and hundreds of people there. The parking lot is empty. He gets in. They get into the building where the dead shooter's up on top. There's other people. It's a drill. It's a drill. It's not filmed the same day. And then they get up on the roof and there's a dead body. Yeah. But look at the body cam footage go like this. If you go frame by frame by frame, you will also see that it goes up and you can see the whole area. And there's no crowd. The stage is there. All of these things, the vehicles are there. No crowd. What's going on? It is not possible. The timeline, you check the timeline on the footage, is completely correct, but there's no people. How is that possible? It is not. Okay, so we have the shot itself. So this guy who didn't know anything about how to shoot suddenly shot, and they say that the bullet just grazed his head. Thanks the Lord, he was saved by the whatever, angels. Because if he had been hit, there's so many, you see these diagrams or how the bullet would have hit him here and come out the back of his head. That we see it over and over in animations. Okay, do you know any other president that was hit exactly here and where the whole back of his head blew out? You got Kennedy. Look at these part of psychological, getting the emotions going. That is the exact headshot, the final headshot here and went out the back of his. So we see, okay, so the bullet, he was very lucky. He turned his head. He turned his head also, saying, "Look over here." And he was pointing to this big poster thing where there was these numbers of immigrants and stuff like that. Meaning that also he moved his head away so that from the angle, when you see the video footage from the front, you cannot see the right side of his head. You cannot see the impact of it. Okay, so anyway, so the bullet is says to have passed his head and through his ear, his upper part of the ear. According to Trump's own doctor at a press conference afterwards, he said there was a 2 centimeter, that's almost like an inch, big hole in the upper part of his ear. That is a major hole in the ear. Is that what we see afterwards? No, he had like a tiny little Band-Aid. He was playing golf the day after without a Band-Aid. He's now walking around, there's not even a scar. What the hell is going on? And if you ask any kind of military veteran or anything, if anyone is shot or get a shot that close to the head, his eardrum will be bye-bye, and that guy will be in a very traumatic state because the air pressure around the bullet will smack your head like this, even though the bullet doesn't hit you. I mean, now it hit the ear. It's so close. So the sound barrier, I mean, passing that close will boom, blow out your eardrum. And also very often the tissue will be damaged, severely damaged.
I was thinking that he should have been deaf in one ear for a long time.
He should have been traumatized. He should have been. And then you see him, the sound also, listen to the sounds of these rifles. What is that? They say it's an AR-15. It's like, what? It sounds more like a paintball. Very odd sounds. Anyway, anyway, so he said afterwards, very dramatic, he was describing the whole thing. He said, I heard this loud bang, and right away I understood that I had been shot, that it was a bullet. And he said, I put up my hand to my ear. Bless you. I put up my hand to my ear, and when I looked at my hand,
it was mute myself. Gross.
It was, and when I took my hand down, it was covered in blood. Okay, so we look at the footage. You see hand going up after the shot, frame by frame by frame. No blood, no blood, no blood, no blood, no blood, and no blood. Then afterwards, when in these very iconic photos, when he's helped off stage, you can see his right hand open several times. There's not any blood at all. We look at the wound itself. For one thing, is that the ear is, I would say, one of the body parts that bleeds the easiest, the most profound. What do you call it? I mean, a lot. If you cut your ear, it just starts pouring. Is that what we see here? Is he supposed to have a hole, a massive hole through the ear? Is that what we see? Is there a massive bleeding going on, like all the way? No, it's just up here. So the Secret Service that are specially trained in first aid and all of these, they should have put a pressure bandage on or put pressure on it right away, and not let him out in open sight. I mean, what the? He's being shot at. They say, okay, shoot it down. And then they bring him up out in the open where his face is like this. Fight. And all of it's like, there could be multiple shooters. This is so not according to protocol. It's just like ridiculous. And okay, so we got that. We got the photo where that caught the bullet midair. I mean, really, really, to be able to catch a bullet midair. Have you seen the photo where the bullet is midair? Very dramatic, like this.
Yeah.
Have you seen? Yeah. Okay. So that photo, to catch a bullet like that, we're just saying from a logical point of view, you need a shutter speed of like 10,000 frames per second. I mean, that is special cameras for slow motion. It's not just a normal.
Yeah, that's true, because if you read about it, like the smartphones, they can't do that. They can't take action shots. I mean, I don't know about the latest and greatest, but yeah.
You cannot a bullet, no chance in hell. You go in, you start checking. This is what I'm saying, just from a logical point of view. Let me see, how did he do that? It's a minimum of, I think 8,000 frames per second to do that. It's like, okay, so what normal press photographer, I used to work as one, would ever have like 8,000 frames per second? Can you imagine the work of just deleting? If you like, I've taken that as a good photo, that is a good photo, that is good. It will take like 48 hours for you to delete all these images that you don't need. Why would anyone do that? So we look at the photo, look at the angle. It's taken more or less straight from the front, like that. So we look at, was there any photographer standing right in the front? No, they were standing down below.
Got a little bit of lag again. But yeah, fascinating stuff. I didn't really.
How is that possible? It is not. Once again, clear blue sky. Are you back?
Yeah. Just waiting for.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. You're back. So the bullet being caught on camera.
I'm pointing these things out. So who took that photo? His name is Doug Mills, and he's actually Donald Trump's absolute favorite photographer. He's been presented at CNN as Donald Trump's personal his personal favorite photographer. He's been given the Pulitzer Prize. He's not just anyone. And he was out in Butler, Pennsylvania, this tiny little place, and just happened to take that incredible photo. Another historical photo that he's taken is the one where, do you remember on 9/11 when Boy George Bush was in this classroom in Florida, listening to the school, the children, reading out a book. The book is actually iPad Goat. If you haven't seen that one, iPad Goat 2, look at that animated movie that is just so creepy. But anyway, he was listening to these kids, and they were reading out of a book saying plane, metal, hit, steel. These words that 9/11, 9/11. Anyway, so then one of the first of Twin Towers is hit, and his advisors come and whispers in his ear, "Mr. President, America is under attack." Does he react? Not at all. He's just sitting there waiting for the kids to talk. Whatever. That photo that you find everywhere where you see the advisor, he comes, "Mr. President," taken by the same photographer. So key photos in possible key psychological operations taken by the same photographer that just happens to be Trump's own personal favorite. So interesting, same individual. So we look at other iconic photos. If you look at the photo down from below, where you see Donald Trump is being with these Secret Service agents, I mean, unbelievably beautiful photo, clear blue sky, and a big American flag. You can't make it up. It's like a propaganda shot, perfect for history books. I mean, it's just the composition, the whole thing is just amazing. So also, it looks a lot like the photo from Iwo Jima, the end of the Second World War, when you have these American soldiers lifting up the American flag. That photo was also staged. It's not a real photo, or it's not a real event, because in Iwo Jima, what happened was that the American soldiers actually took over that little volcanic island, and they put the American flag there, but there was no photo taken. So the photographer said, "Listen, guys, can we do it again, please?" And so they went up the next day, and he arranged the photos. They put up the flag. He arranged the whole thing, took the historical photo that is now made so famous, and they even made sculptures and all of these things. It's not a real event. It was the day after. So here we have, it's the same composition exactly, with the American flag in the background. So look at the American flag. Okay, where is it? If you look at the video footage from the front, there's no flag. So where is it? So it was only when I looked at the aerial footage that I saw it. It's actually, there's these two, I don't know what, like telescopic things from these two vehicles with things like that, and a wire in between, and then you got the flag. But the flag is behind. So we look at the angle from where the photographer took this photo, this incredible photo. It's taken from down below, if you look from the front to the right of the stage, and from down below up towards the stage. So in that angle, can you catch that flag that is like 10, 15 meters further behind? You cannot. So what is the flag doing there? You cannot get it there. It's just not impossible. It's just not possible, and still it's there. So, and it's the same with these different photos. None of them makes any sense. So we got. Have I ever spoken about the shoes that they leave on these locations?
Yeah, quite extensively. It's something that I've thought quite a bit about. Mind if I ask you something really quick, Ole? When this was all rolling out, thinking about the shoes and things that you told me about in the past, there's something that I'm referring to. I think this is the photo you're talking about, the one that was on the cover of Time magazine.
Which one? Yeah, the
photo that was on of Trump doing this with the flag and everything. I noticed something, and tell me if I have the right idea with this, but I noticed that two or three of these so-called Secret Service people or Homeland Security or crisis actors or whoever they were, they have their hands kind of inside of Trump's jacket. And to me, that was saying hidden hand. Do you think there's anything there?
You might well be onto something, because very often they add, hidden symbolism and stuff like that in these. You will see a lot of these iconic photos when he's lying down behind the podium, when he's when you see him standing without shoes on. Stuff. They're all, when you look at this way it's made, it's like a pyramid shape. The Freemasonic, the composition of the image, it's identical like this. And so something like that, which is also a Freemasonic symbol. I mean, I didn't notice it myself. I'm going to have a look. Thank you for pointing it out. But
yeah,
could
what I'm
well
doing is I'm trying to think more like you, and the way that you look for these symbols and these clues surrounding these events. And Time Magazine, I know that there's something about Time Magazine because you constantly see stuff going on with that magazine, whether it's Mark Zuckerberg with the reptilian eyes, or a lot of people will be right underneath the M in Time, and it'll look like little devil horns. I think a good, and there's one with what's his name, Tom Hanks, and he's got this camera like this doing the whole one eye thing. You always see it with Time Magazine. So just trying to, do like you kind of taught us and look for those little clues. And I've also seen a lot of stuff to suggest that Trump himself is a Freemason. There's a certain picture of him where he's standing in front of a pretty well-known painting that I think was by a Mason, or the painting is of Masons. And the guy in the background I think he's doing this, which is a thing that you see Trump do all the time. This is like an actual Masonic symbol. There's a lot of stuff like that surrounding Trump. Like there's no actual records of him being part of this or that lodge, but he's always showing that same symbology in a lot of different pictures.
These high level players are not saying he's a Freemason, but if he is, they're never registered publicly, and most of the time they're registered in Paris in a special lodge there. So that's the only place you can find them, and it's not for public access. This whole thing, it's 666, and I mean he's doing it all the time. And when he went down from the stage, he went like fight, fight, fight. F is the sixth letter in the alphabet, 666, and also. It just happens, I mean, very efficiently, that he sells these Trump sneakers, the shoes that he's got golden. He sells these shoes, Trump sneakers, and there's a special limited edition that was, I mean, I think it was almost made before it happened, if you ask me, where you got this iconic photo on it. It's a limited edition, and then with the words, with an iconic photo, this one, and then fight, 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 which is 666. And the shoes were available, I mean, later that day, the day after, I just thought, whoa, because I looked for the shoes, and then you have this iconic photo of this shoe that is left on stage, Well, I don't know if you've seen that, but just one shoe left on stage. But what is it that Trump does when he's just been shot at? He should be quite traumatized. You have to ask yourself, what's going on? What is important in life? Oh my God, I survived. How is my kids, my children, my family? Is anyone else hit? Like Robert Kennedy, the first thing he asked, is anyone else hit? What did Trump ask for? His shoes. Get my shoes, get my shoes, get my shoes. 3 times he mentions the shoes, shoe. This is, and this, I mean, on my website, lightonconspiracies.com, you have one. I've done many shows about these shoes, and you can just go in. I think it's under Get Informed. There's one, there's 3 interviews there that is called the Soulless Shoes of Death, the soulless shoes of death. And how they use these shoes. And what did he ask for? His shoes. Has he ever done any talk before? Is he famous for not wearing his shoes doing his speeches? Absolutely not. Never, ever. Then, let us see. I mean, there's so many things. All of it is pointing straight to him, that it's an inside job, if you ask me. And one of the things I found recently is that in the Torah, they say that actually, I don't know if I can share screen. Can I do that? No, maybe not.
Actually, you should be able to.
Anyway, there's this rabbi recently.
Present. Yeah, you should have an option there at the bottom. You click on present, and then it will give you options. You can select share screen, and you could actually from there you can pull up stuff from your computer or share stuff on the desktop. it's pretty versatile.
But let me see. So can you see my screen now?
No, not yet.
Can you see my screen now?
No.
Well, I clicked the share screen one.
Yeah, share screen, and then
again.
Get a share screen, and then there should be some options for you.
Okay, sorry for.
It's not coming up, if it doesn't work out, if you just describe it for us. Yeah, sorry, it's not working.
No, but it's. Can you see me now? See it?
Oh, looks like we got this. Oh, there we go. There we go. Yeah, here we go.
Can you see that?
Absolutely, we can see it.
Still see it?
Yep.
Okay, so can you hear it?
We're not hearing it, but we can see it. Let's see. Doesn't look like there's anything I could do to bring up the audio. Trump was designated as God's servant, the anointed one. Huh. Guy that's in front of a big gold bowl, and he's washing his hands, and it shows a guy with a wound on his ear. What is this stuff? Wow, it's scary.
Well, let me just get back to you. Did you see that? Could you hear him?
We could not hear it.
Okay,
the audio wasn't coming through.
Anyway, so there's this rabbi afterwards, after the shooting, who said that that Trump was chosen as the new Messiah, and that he to show his what do you call it? According to the Torah 21:6, that he to show his humbleness in front of his master had to have his right ear pierced. It says in the Torah, and then I put together. I found they have a ceremony where they prepare him as a prince into this whole thing, where they smear the top of the right ear with blood, exactly like we see. I mean, that is exactly what we see. I wish I could. If the sound, I'm not sure how to share the sound, but anyway, you saw that was very, very similar to his wound, because there's nothing, there was no hole, there's nothing like that. You see when he was wounded. Also, just before this happened, or he was given. There was 150 Orthodox Jews that looked up Trump's, looked him up at his National Golf Club, Trump National Golf Club in Bedminster, New Jersey, on July 13. That was 3 days before this happened. And he was presented the Keter Jerusalem Crown of Jerusalem Award.
Wow.
It's a silver crown. And then after that, this whole thing happened. And it happened also, let me just get back to you. This happened on the 13th of July, which is the same day as the Bohemian Grove ceremony, the day of the cremation care, or whatever it's called, where these bizarre rituals are going on. It's also the day before the fourth, let's not go into that, but there's a whole different psychological undertone from a prince to a king, and the King of Kings, the new Messiah. We're in this operation. We can do another show where I can just show you so many things that are undergoing this whole thing, building up into Trump being the new Messiah. So, like I said once before,
there's also I'm sure you're aware of this, but that woman, that artist, she's very old, Marina Abramovic.
Abramovic, holy shit.
Yeah, she had made some comments about Trump, and kind of saying that she didn't use the exact words, but she almost painted him as almost the way that she was describing him. Again, she didn't use these exact words, but almost like a Messiah type figure. I think she called him the Great Catalyst. and Marina Abramovic, who seems to be close to the Rothschild family, depicted in a famous painting in front of the Lucifer, a painting of Lucifer along with one of the Rothschilds. I don't know exactly which one. So, they kind of all tie together. Jacob Rothschild.
No, but it's yeah. Let me just see if I can share again here. Oh, it's just absolutely incredible once you start looking into it. Why can I not share anymore?
Disturbing that this stuff plays out in front of our eyes and in front of the eyes of the population, yet they are unable to see it, especially without instruction or some decoder glasses or somebody like yourself pointing out certain clues, because the masses aren't initiated. They don't know what this or that means. They don't know what language is being spoken or why.
But this is the whole thing. This is why these things are important, because if you see what actually happened, once you start looking in, okay, let me tell you how these operations are set up. The way it's set up is that you have the real truth pointing in what direction. The people behind the operation, if it was such an operation, they do not want us to see that one. So they're doing everything for us to look that way. And the way it's done is that it goes a red herring, and then the red herring forks into 2, then the 2 forks into 4, then the 4 forks into 16, then the 16 turns, and so on, to divert the attention. So look at, did anything of this happen? We have first Thomas Matthew Crooks. That's biblical names, by the way. Thomas Matthew Crooks. And it said that he was the guy. Then suddenly, how did they find out? Well, they checked the DNA. He didn't have an ID. They checked the DNA. How the hell? I mean, normally that is quite a procedure to take a blood sample and then to the laboratory, and then you have to check with the archives. What did he do in these DNA archives if he was unknown? But anyway, they matched them in record time. They matched the DNA. The thing is with these psychological operations is for us to say, oh, it's so good with all of these DNA and these archives and stuff, so we can be completely controlled. But anyway, so through DNA, they managed to say, yep, we know this guy, he's completely anonymous, but that's the guy. Then suddenly, no, it's a different guy. His name is completely different. He doesn't look the same. Whatever. Then suddenly, Thomas Matthew Crook steps forward and says, no, I'm still alive. I'm here. But now I got like a really massive underbite like this. And by the way, I'm connected to BTQ, PNL, all of that whole movement. So, dung. Then you have Thomas Matthew Crooks, who knew nothing about guns, who suddenly, according to his parents, was an informer to the FBI. What? And then he had connections to a Saudi prince. What? Then he had overseas bank accounts. What? Do you see? Chung, 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 like this. Then 1 shooter, 2 shooter, 3 shooters, 4 shooters. Look at the audio analysis they do. Okay, so who supplied the audio? It was them to get us to look into these things. Were there multiple shooters? We're up on the water tower. How on earth, if Secret Service was on location, did they not check the water tower? There would have been a Secret Service agent there. That's the best spot ever. No?
Yeah.
It's like unbelievably like this whole thing. And
the most obvious spot. It was not covered.
He could have thrown a rock in the head of Donald Trump from up there. You know, it's like, it's so close. And then we have Thomas Matthew Crooks. He was in a BlackRock commercial. And in it, look on the, they always put the leads and stuff like in your face. So we have this whole thing. He's Thomas Matthew Crooks, this young guy. I mean, anyways, he's the only one there in that one twice. And there's this teacher who says, I'm really happy to be part of this whole thing. What is the color of his t-shirt? Orange, bright orange, which is the color of Trump. So anyway, on the blackboard or whiteboard behind him, and you got the American flag and all of these things, it says Unit 3. Okay, so I don't know. I went to school. I'm never, ever in philosophy or mathematics or whatever had Unit 3 written on the whiteboard. That sounds like a military term or some kind of, if there's a unit 3, there should be a unit 1 or 2 or 3, So look at the building where Thomas Crooks was said to have been on top shooting from. And if you look, you go in with Google Maps, if you look, it's a very odd building and the building is built like a 3. It's built like a number 3, like this. And anyway, so we have this gruesome image of him dead on the roof. And next to him, we got like a guy in a military outfit. There's one police officer also with the whole shebang and an automatic weapon standing there, almost posing in front of the dead guy. Look at the guy. Has he got a watch on? Nope. A standard, I tell you, a standard thing for police, military, all of these things is the watch. Because you need to be able to follow timelines, report times. I arrived at the location at this time. I left at this time. This is crucial when you do a report on anything. Has these guys got any watches? No. What are they? Absolute crisis actors or some crap thing like, not true. But you got the dead body in the background. The dead body, by the way, the guy was shot in the head, they say, by this Secret Service sniper. So he was shooting from the roof that was so dangerous that the Secret Service couldn't let their Secret Service agents up there because of it was sloped like this. No, it was more or less flat. And by the way, the Secret Service is supposed to sacrifice their lives. So I think they might be able to get up on a building with a flat roof without any problems. But the head of the Secret Service, no, unfortunately, we didn't send them up there because it was too dangerous. Okay, so
the shooter himself, Crooks, it gives me some major James Holmes vibes where you look into it, it's tied to this sort of stuff. Yeah,
it's the same. Anyway, so he was shot in the head. Okay, so if you lie on a roof like lying down and then you hit in the head, boom, you die. Rifle stays in front of you. Yes or no? I would say yes. We have an aerial footage. Who took that photo? And you see the rifle is sort of like 5-6 feet. I don't know in America, but it's like 5-6 meters away from the body. Was he hit in the head and said, "Oh my God"? And then he took the rifle, threw it as far as he could, like that. What is that photo? And okay, so you got the photo, gruesome image of him lying dead. Okay, normally they never show photos of these things. We always have blurry images. Here we have a gruesome image of him. He's lying there dead. Okay, so we look at the photo. What do we see? We see that there's a military guy in the background. You see the boot and the leg, and then you see the lighting is late at day, so that matches up. He's dead apparently, but you look at the face. The blood on his T-shirt, fresh. There's also blood up underneath him, fresh, and then across his face is some paint that is so dry that it's cracked open like that. It's not even blood colored, is sort of a brownish color. And so I spoke to an expert on blood analysis, and I asked her, please have a look at that. What is across his face? She said, I have no idea. It looks like some kind of paint for a barn or something. That's her comment. Okay, so ask yourself that one. Then we suddenly have a photo, exactly the same pose, dead face, dead shooter, blood underneath, no brown paint that is cracked open across the face. How is that possible? It is not. It is not. So these things doesn't match up at all, but it makes us start debating, and we start discussing with each other. How many shooters? Well, I listened to the sound here and I saw that here and this. All of that, if you ask me, diversion. What actually happened? Do you know what I think happened? I think this whole thing was staged from step one to the whole thing. All of it to make it's a psychological operation. Now they've just had another shooting. This is standard procedure when they're losing the emotional effect of the operation, they just repeat it. And now there was not, I just heard like a few hours ago that there was a second attempt on Donald Trump's life. Where was it? On his own golf course. Well, that was very handy, wasn't it? So, and they don't even know he disappeared in a black car. All of that. That is to amp up the emotional effect so that we won't forget. If you see how these operations are carried out, for instance, English soldier beheaded of 2 Muslim terrorists in central London, that happened in 2013. When they didn't get the amp up like that, just on the other side of the canal, the English Canal in France, just the day after, they had a more or less exactly the identical thing to amp it up. Another English soldier, where they did that. It's marketing. It's normal marketing. You follow up and you check out. They have meetings right after these things. They check the more or less the viewer ratings and all of these things. Did we manage to get that emotional that we needed to get the whole thing, whatever that result is that they're looking for? Yes or no? If not, we'll just amp it up with another one. So there's just been a follow-up here. I could have told you, because it started to fade out. Now we don't have that whole thing anymore. The whole people have already forgotten about that. But Trump's popularity has just gone like that. What I think happened, I tell you this, because once again, I don't know who Trump is. I've never listened 5 minutes to him. I don't listen to these guys because it's a theater. It's a stage. The real thing is going on a whole different level. So I focus on the street level and on the highest level, actually the lowest level.
Here in America, I'm surrounded, especially if you're involved in the truth or conspiracy side of things, people here worship the guy. It's just, it makes me want to puke.
No, it's like I have no opinion. I'm looking at incidents. I'm looking at events. Is it true? Is it not? And if not, why is this going on? So if you look at the timing, boom, boom, he went down behind the podium. There's nothing filmed. I mean, we have a crowd of hundreds of people that normally take photos of their hamburger and put on Facebook. Would they not film the president, the upcoming president? Would they not have the camera up? Would they not sort of like, oh my God, this is quite an event for me. I've never seen him before. Let me take a photo. Let me film. How many films have we seen? 4 or 5, standard procedure. 4 or 5 very chosen angles. And right when the shooting starts, boom, they cut to another. So we don't see what's going on. Even the people behind the podium that could have filmed it and said, no, this is what happened. No, there's nothing like that. Nothing. Makes you wonder. So anyway, if you see the timing of him disappearing and then coming back up on stage, fight, that whole thing, time it. It's the exact same time as that whole Jewish ceremony that I showed you just a clip of with the blood like that. So was that because in these very weird circumstances and rituals and things that are going on with these dark forces, I'm not pointing at Trump. I'm just saying with many of these operations, there's a satanic part of it that we are not aware of, a so-called occult. Yes. Occult just means covered, that we are not, or so we don't see it, we don't understand it. But what they
and I should add right here that recently in social media, I'm sure a lot of you guys out there have seen it, but it came out in one of Trump's past books that he praised his Kabbalah teacher.
He's not discreet, and anyway, so it's also recently he said, Christians, go out and vote, get out and vote, all you Christians. And then he says, I'm not Christian, but you should go out and vote. This is your last chance. There's only one more election. You only have to vote one more time. Then it will be taken care of. That's the New World Order for you. That this is the final step, and then the whole will be taken over. There will be no more elections because they've taken over. And you look at like Marina Abramovich, the people that he had on stage after the shooting, cherishing him, backing him, they're satanic, like unbelievably. It's like these people. There's this Hulk Hogan. Okay, what do you know? The wrestler. Okay, sure. What's the name of his team? New World Order. It's not discreet. Yeah. It's in your face. What's the background? It's the pyramid with the all-seeing eye. It's the background of the stage.
The team in the wrestling, what they would always do is they would do this. It was supposed to mean like Wolfpack or the Clique, but as many of you know out there, that's actually the sign of the horn, which comes from the pagan occult world, and you see it in rock and heavy metal music as well. Oh shoot!
Yeah, of
No,
course. But I mean, so many people go to hard all of the and have no idea what they're doing. But I completely agree. Then you got Amber Rose, this model that was standing up. I've got these satanic, horrendous images with blood all over her head, just super, together with Marina Abramovich, who's doing spirit cooking and stuff like. I mean, if you were a politician, wouldn't you, in a place like that, in front of an election, wouldn't you sort of like, listen, it's not really, even though we might know each other, but here on stage, I would prefer people that back me and that looks kind of good. Would you surround yourself by satanic followers and New World Order key people? It's like, what on earth? And anyway, so yeah, I forgot the whole thing.
Ole, you mind if I bring somebody on to ask the question real quick?
For sure.
Jonah, are you still there? I see. I wanted to give you a chance to mention the tie-in that you mentioned earlier in the chat.
Yeah, I'm here. And first off, I want to say thank you to Ole for publishing the Cody Snodgrass book, or making it available, distributing it, whichever the proper term is. The Oklahoma City bombing, Choosing the Light. Fantastic book. And then...
Thank you. Unfortunately, my brother Cody passed in March. He from a very aggressive cancer that they attacked him with. So,
fuck, that sucks.
Yeah, it's really, I really miss him, but thank you for acknowledging him.
Well, it's kind of funny because I told Dan I'm not the one to ever give credit where it's due, but I was going to do a little bit of nut hugging for that book. So I love that book. Now, having said that, with this new shooter, I don't know if you're kind of behind or ahead or whatever time with Europe. Have you seen that they've released a name on the shooter? And of course, it's going to be a triple name, and they're starting to say Lone Wolf. Have you seen any of that information?
Not yet. I'm in Indonesia. I have not seen it yet. So,
okay.
But it's like, for me, it's hardly worth looking into because it's just dead boring. Because I can tell you before, it's standard procedure. But thank you for pointing it out. I'm gonna have a look, of course.
That's what I was gonna get into next, because we have Merrick Garland, who of course was the fake prosecutor for our special agent Timothy McVeigh. And he comes into office, and then you have Patriot Front comes. Well, he was directly involved with Operation Patriot Conspiracy, or PACON. So I've been seeing, at least from my opinion, a lot of stuff that's going back to the PACON days here in America. Well, I'm in Canada, here in America, at least in Canada, kind of going after the militias and trying to bring all that shit back up, or all that stuff back up. I was wondering if you've seen other stuff tie in that way.
It's the same. I mean, you see these old guys, white-haired and whatever. They don't come just out of nowhere. They didn't appear old. They just didn't come like in on stage for the first time when they were 82. No, their whole career, they've been loyal to the cause, and they've been working their way up, mostly men. In so many of these cases, this is so interesting that what you're bringing up here, because once you start looking behind the scenes, you will see, oh my God, it's the same guy there. It's the same police chief there, but now he's over there. It's the same coroner. Oh my God, how did he come from here to there? Oh, it's the same the head chief of police in the Las Vegas mass shooting. Oh, the same guy in Lahaina. What the hell? How did that happen? And he just brought his deputy with him as well. Oh, it's the guys that was checking out the fires in California and clearing them, making them with a big green tick, for the buildings that have been completely destroyed. Same guy in Lahaina. They recycle, they use the same people over and over and over and over again.
Yes, and I thank you for bringing up Lahaina, because I don't know if you saw the Jason Aldean video. Try this in a small town in the foreshadowing or pre-programming that was in that, where they had it's 4 cops wearing jerseys, and it said 8823 in the Jason Aldean video, who of course was the singer at the Las Vegas Harvest Festival. Did you see that?
Yeah, and also you had the Illuminati in the Illuminati card game. You had the card also for the Las Vegas shooting, and you have an incredible card in the Illuminati card game of Trump with his right ear pierced, and this was printed in 1995.
Sorry, I was going to ask one other tie-in with Jason Aldean, then I'll drop off and let someone else come in. But did you happen to see that Jason Aldean also announced his Las Vegas complex on 8/8/24 this year, 1 year anniversary of Lahaina, which was also predicted in his videos?
No, I did not. I mean, sometimes there are coincidences, of course, but sometimes you have to see when it starts stacking up the same, then you have to notice. And no, I did not see that.
Yeah, I always said what happens in Las Vegas stays in Langley until you don't cooperate. Anyways, I'll drop off and come back on, and I'll let other people come on. But once again, I thank you for publishing that Cody Snodgrass book, because if anyone out there is listening, you have to buy the book. Go to Light on Conspiracies. I'm sure the link's in the channel. But it's called Choosing the Light. Everyone needs to read that book. Mm-hmm. And I'll say my condolences for your loss for your brother, because I truly appreciated the fact that he, because when I was a guest here on the show, Daniel's like, "Oh, when did you first?" I'm like, "Man, when my parents got divorced, my mom went and told the whole family I joined the Michigan militia. So I've been in this since day one. I was like 15 years old, and my family's taught me this stuff." So, but again, that book is I would say for me, it's above Behold a Pale Horse.
I actually made the cover to that book, and I helped Cody step forward as a whistleblower. So I'm really happy that you were part of appreciating him, because he was an incredible guy, a former monster, and now, holy moly, I mean, incredible guy. Absolutely, I really miss him. So yeah,
I was a former monster myself in some ways, but hey, we all have to make our own paths and find our own light,
Yep, that is so true.
And I'll drop off, Daniel, if you want to bring in anyone else, or I'm just thoroughly enjoying the conversation so far.
But thank you so much, Jonah.
Appreciate you. Now, Ole, would you say that we may have seen some things with Trump before, like maybe with January 6th? I mean, that whole thing was pretty weird. It felt like a complete setup to me.
It was a setup. I predicted it on live radio 10 days before it happened. I was on Michael Jacob's show, and there were all of these hidden clues. This is why my last name has become a verb, is to find these hidden clues. I was informed in 2014 that they actually leave hidden clues in the forensic evidence about upcoming attacks. And I thought that was absolute BS to start with. And then I started seeing, oh my God, it's actually true. And so from the day that I understood that they do it on purpose, and the reason they do it, according to this insider, is because of the law of karma. They're very afraid of the law of karma. And the way they see it is that if they tell us, even in subtle ways, what they're up to, then if we don't react, then we indirectly consent, and then the bad karma's on our shoulders, not theirs. So once I understood that was true, that is what I look for. As soon as something happened, I'm looking for the clues, and the clues for the January 6th whole thing was in Nashville. There was an RV that they said that there was this guy that blew the whole thing up, and in that operation there were clues pointing to towards this operation. And so it was the first time I was on Michael Jacob's show, and I knew that he was going to go there. I had it in my newsletter on the 31st of December the year before, and then I was on his show on the 3rd or 4th of January, and since I knew he was going there, I said, please be careful, because it's going to go down. and in that area. And he's a former Black Op and Navy SEAL and all CIA, all that whole thing. He didn't see it coming at all. He went there and boom, it happened. So he brought me back on. And since then, I've been sort of like a steady guest on his show. He was blown away. How the hell, how could you know that? And so I just told him, this is the way they do it. And this, so he, even though he's used to work from the inside, wasn't even aware of this way of operating, because it's on a need-to-know basis and it's completely compartmentalized. So yeah, I don't know why we're talking about this. Yeah, so the whole January 6th, the whole thing was a staged operation, a psychological operation. Why it was carried out, I'm not really sure. Who did it, I'm not really sure. But what I can tell you is it was completely staged. The death of this woman, that area, the whole thing with the staircase up and the corridor when that happened, it's a film set. It's set up exactly like Friends, you know, Friends with Phoebe and Joey and all of these guys. There's a staircase coming up, a corridor, doors. This is exactly how it was. We think, oh, it's inside the Capitolium or the White House or whatever, because there's these historical paintings. Absolute bullshit. It was a whole stage, and the people in that whole thing, crisis actor, crisis actor, crisis actor, crisis actor. The whole thing. When you break it down, I've been interviewed more than 1,200 times, and one of the things I specialize is in breaking it down step by step by step with PowerPoint presentations, just like I've done 2 with the Trump thing. So please, if you're interested, instead of just listening to my words and thinking, well, tinfoil hat, whatever, please, on my website, Light on Conspiracies, most viewed videos, there are these 2 Trump webinars where I just break it down so you can see for yourself. I just say, look here, compare to that. Look there, see there. Look here, look there. And then suddenly you're sitting there gobsmacked, just like I am most of the time, just like, oh my God, it's hidden in plain truth, in plain sight. So Daniel, one more question, and then I just want to add something mind-blowing that you would be the first to hear about a completely different case.
Definitely. I did want to kind of get on the topic a little bit about Israel. You know, this is in no way intended to be anti-Semitic. That's not the purpose of this anything that I'm saying here. But Trump is heavily tied to Israel. You know, there's the Jared Kushner connection, as well as him learning the Kabbalah. You know, he was elected king of Jerusalem, like you're talking about earlier, or made king of Jerusalem. And we also know that Trump, long ago, he took a bailout from the Rothschilds themselves. Ole, you've actually been to Israel, haven't you?
Yeah.
And it's my understanding you were a little bit shocked of what you were seeing there.
I was so shocked. I mean, I've been to South Africa with apartheid and so on. When I saw Israel, I mean, that is the most apartheid I've ever seen. I mean, I was completely shocked about how the Palestinians were treated. It's a tiny little country, and I'm not pointing at the people there. I'm pointing at the people behind the scenes, the Zionists, whoever they are, or really, really dark individuals. Netanyahu won. Holy, I mean, if you want to see dark individuals, there's one for you. But also the way the IDF, the Israeli army, was treating them, it was horrendous. I mean, I've been to war zones. I've been to Middle East countries. I've been right in the middle of exploding bombs and stuff. I was shocked there, and that was just a normal Wednesday. You know, it's like the way people were treated, the way they were. I mean, Gaza, and I've been all over Israel actually. And no, it was really, really, really bad. And I mean, I've even seen, I didn't see it for myself, but like how, you know, like the Palestinian young guys and stuff like that, that at the most they could throw a rock or something like that up against like Apache helicopters and tanks. It's not that much, especially thinking about how horribly they've been treated all the way since the late 40s when Israel was created. It was just a Rothschild creation with the Balfour Agreement, and they, instead of these people accordingly having a really bad few years during the Second World War with the alleged Holocaust and all of these things, you would think that they, when they came to the Promised Land, that they would treat their new neighbors that actually lived there with dignity and respect, and saying, listen, we're sorry we're coming here, but we've gone through a really horrible time. Can we live as good neighbors and stuff? That is not what happened. Instead, they would just, the Palestinians were pushed out and put into refugee camps up in southern Lebanon, and just horribly mistreated and beaten up and terrorized and shot and killed and slaughtered. And it's just it's unbelievable. But the thing with Israel that is so confusing is that I and most other people have believed that Israel is just a tiny little country in the Middle East, and that the US is this big superpower and the other countries here, but it's the other way around. It seemed very much like it's like Israel is above and the US is below. There's, like at the most, I think, as far as I know, Obama, which is the most popular president ever, he had 15 standing ovations. Do you know how many Benjamin Netanyahu had when he came for an official visit? 25. 25. I mean, why did he get even one? I mean, if the Swedish prime minister came, would he get one? No, maybe half. Like, yeah, well done you. 25. That's 10 more than Trump. No, sorry, than Obama. It just tells you something. They are bending over and pulling down their pants to their master. There's a reason why I think it's $10 million per day are given to Israel, to this tiny little country that is so loaded with weapons and military and all of the things they who needs this money? It's just unbelievable. And now, especially when the way the state are, I mean, a lot of people are suffering in your country, homeless people and all. This money could be very well used to help normal people. Nope, it's just pouring out. So something very weird is going on. I think everybody, if you look from an outside point of view, you have to say, what the hell is happening here? Because that makes no sense whatsoever.
What about the attack? Would you say that was a false flag, the initial attack on Israel by supposedly Hamas?
Oh, come on. It's a complete 100% staged event. Okay, so Hamas, if you go to the official narrative, the official websites, everything, it's an Israeli creation. Israel created Hamas. How is that possible that this group that is officially fighting for the rights of the Palestinian, but it's actually created by Israel? It's an illusion of a conflict. It's both Israel. Both sides are Israel, and you have the Palestinians in the middle who have no say whatsoever. What is happening there, it's a genocide. It's not a war. It's not a conflict. It's a genocide. If you go, I've been to Gaza. The walls, I mean, this is the biggest open-air prison in the world. You can't get anything in or out. You can hardly get water in there. Max Egan, who's a friend of mine, an international speaker, he managed to get in there in underground tunnels and stuff like that.
Wow.
The reason he went in, he went in there, and the reason because he wanted to help the children. And so he wanted to help them sort of like build benches, school benches and stuff like that. Anything he could do. He couldn't even get hold of screws or nails or anything. All of it was stopped. And here, if you want to listen to bullshit and dreamy fairy tale land, okay. So what happened on October the 7th, we have one of the strongest armies in the world. That wall to the Gaza is the most protected area, I think, in the world. There's nothing like it. It's so highly high-tech, ultra-secret sensor cameras, automatic machine guns, mines, everything is there. Okay, so even if a mouse comes up, You ask former Israeli soldiers that work there. They said if even a bird flies by, it gets activated, and cameras are seeing it and like this. So we are being told that on that day, they just happen, all of the soldiers that happen to have a time off, So all of the cameras stopped working, and all of the soldiers that normally guards were not there. Instead, everything just opened up. So Hamas was so lucky to time that when nobody was there, when no cameras, where all of these mines and automatic machine guns and the Apache helicopters that are on standby at all times, all of that was deactivated. So they were so lucky to time that. And so how did they get out? Well, they got out with these bulldozers that are not allowed in there. Bulldozers just happened to knock the whole thing down. You got like hang gliders. It's a flat country. Hang gliders, where did they start from? Well, the hang gliders, and then they had the pickup trucks. So they went on the pickup trucks. You see them driving like this up on the road. The road is completely empty. There's no one there. They go out, they slaughter about between 1,000 and 1,500 people, and nobody does anything. There's nothing. There's no conflict, no gunfights, there's nothing. And then after them raping and taking hostages and everything, they go back in through the same hole of the gate. And then suddenly all of these security things are activated. I mean, if you made a film script like this, they would just tell, sort off. That is just not ridiculous. But we are buying it because we're being told over. The more times you repeat a lie, the more people will believe it. There is no conflict. It's a genocide. They're there to slaughter them. That's the idea. And then turn it into real estate, open up the area for a new canal possibly going in the Middle East. That's the thing. There's no, I mean, okay, so if you were in a daycare center, okay, you got a lot of babies around. We're talking on weaponry muscles. Like the Palestinians have nothing. They like maybe home-built rocket things. How did they even build that? I mean, it's just how did they get it in if there's no screws or nails or water hardly? How could they build it? But let's say that they managed to do it. Okay, up against the most advanced military technology, more or less, anywhere. So we see, okay, they managed to get out. One Apache helicopter could have taken out all of these pickups and hang gliders and all of within 14 seconds. That was it. But instead, they're allowed to do all of these things. They killed all of these people at this music festival. We see the music festival. The only thing you see, are you seeing anything that shows a crime scene? No, a lot of garbage and sleeping bags are laid out. Then you see, well, they blew up these cars. No, you look at the cars, it's directed energy weapon. They have exactly the same anomalies as in 9/11 and many of these fires in different areas where you see completely unnatural things. You know, the melted wheels are melted, the engine blocks are melted, but paper and grass are left completely untouched. These are directed energy weapons from above most of the time. Does the Palestinian have access to that type of technology? Absolutely not. These are staged events as part of the psychological thing that will justify slaughter, rape, and plunder. That's it. It's problem, reaction, solution. They create the problem so that we will go, oh my God, Israel, this poor country needs to defend itself. You have all of these Palestinians and they have flags and they throw rocks. So slaughter them. You know, like when inside Gaza, I think it's 60% are children under 15. Children, I mean, if you ask me, this is what they can get. If they can't read that, I've got more of them. This is it. It's horrendous, and we're not doing anything. And then we're saying that, well, it's I agree. They should.
Allow me to demystify the New World Order. Any country that is a member of the United Nations Charter, they are no longer a sovereign country. They do the bidding of the UN. And that these countries are, all of these things that are happening are orchestrated by the UN. and that the even the Secret Service is chartered by the UN, and that this whole, you got to remember, these people, that they're not just secret society members, but they're crusaders, and that the Bush and Gorbachev, they both bore the same flag as Christopher Columbus, the green flag, and it was crusader flag, and that's why they want this Israel, because it's part of their British Israelism that they believe in, in the powers of Rome as well, and that they'll do anything to get what they want, even if they take two people and make them both kill each other, because it's not necessarily. See, we can't put our feelings in this. We got to look at it from a military tactician point of view. To get rid of two enemies, they make the enemies fight each other, basically, and that it's definitely it could also be can't think of the name of that war in the 90s, Kosovo. The UN world government military, aka the US military, were caught red-handed showing the same footage of Kosovo that wasn't even real, and that because the thing was happening in winter, and the pictures they were showing weren't in winter, and they just kept showing the same picture from like 5 different angles, and that the this whole wag the dog scenario is it's done for the purpose to dissolve all nations of the world, all their sovereignty, so there's no sovereign nations left, basically, and to formulate their world socialist communist government that is, they call other things like Atlantis or the Great Work, or that's just my take on it.
Any thoughts on that, Ole?
Yes, the United Nations is their creation. I mean, the United Nations is one part of this whole thing. And when you look at it, there's so many different layers, but the general idea is global control, complete control, and of very, very dark forces that are not there for our sake. They're there for the exact opposite. So, I mean, you can call it Agenda 21. You can, so many of these different organizations like the UN, like NATO, like the European Union, they're created there to create problems that they can then solve. They're the ones creating a lot of these problems to solve them, and all the time the solution is more and more control, more and more surveillance, more and more slavery, and more fingers from me. So, it's quite simple. The more they've worked so hard for generations and generations to compromise, compress the power to fewer and fewer and fewer and fewer. So now we're at a point in world history when that it doesn't matter what you're looking at. If you're looking at the origin of chemtrails or genocide or assassinations or vaccines or whatever it is you're looking at, you will come back to the same head of an octopus. I love octopuses, so I'm sorry to badmouth them, but that's the sort of the symbolism of the whole thing, which in one way makes it easier for us, because the more we can see that actually the world isn't mad at all, it's just upside down, it's inverted, and our enemy is only one, more or less. It's a one world order, and they're not that many. They're in the thousands. I mean, if you look at the top or the bottom, it's who knows who's there. I mean, the one that they really like is a guy with a very red skin color and some horns, and he eats with a fork. It feels like that is the source, if he's real or not as a power, but that's the guy they worship. Most of us like the bearded guy up on a cloud. So we're working like it's this plus and minus duality matrix we're living in. But they want some very dark stuff, we want some very light stuff, and I for one is not gonna give up until we transcended this whole thing, because if we do not, and I'm talking about in a non-violent way, but absolute no bullshit accepting, pull the curtain and just reveal in complete transparency what's going on, and then transcend it to the next level of compassion, harmony. But until then, when these things happen, I mean, I don't know if that was meant, but it's like to not go emotional. But if you've been to Gaza, for instance, I've been to many of these war zones. When you see normal people suffering the way they suffer and blown to smithereens and piece, I mean, it's gruesome. And then you see who's doing it. We are doing it. We who joined the army to liberate the world. I mean, your army is, if you ask me, one of the biggest terror tools in the world. And that's the word of Chip Tatum, who's a former assassin for George Bush Sr., who devoted his whole life for the military. He's the guy who's saying that the US military is the terror tool of the world, together with NATO, together with the United Nations Army. That is the plan, to bring these three together for a new world army. Not there to protect us, to control us. So the thing is, all of these people, all of us that signs up with good intentions, and we sign up as police officer and SWAT team and whatever it is, working for governments and so on, we have to rethink what's going on and see ourselves in the mirror and ask ourselves, am I part of the problem? Am I part of creating this whole mayhem? Because when you look at it, the reality is that the ones giving the orders are very few, and the ones following the orders, meaning us, are very many. And who are the victims of the actions? We are.
Yeah,
so
and
we're doing it.
They actually did what you were saying, a second ago, back when they were having all the riots and stuff back in 2020. Oh, sorry to cut you off. Had a little lag there. But after all that rioting was happening, they did the problem reaction solution. They caused us to demand a solution to all these Antifa riots, which were probably fake, or they were fake in the first place. But that was the first time they brought foreign mercenaries on U.S. soil and had them all lined up there. And it was very clear that these were not U.S. soldiers; they were from elsewhere, and that was the first time we saw that. That's something that these conspiracy people, Bill Cooper, et cetera, have been telling us was coming down the pipe 20, 30 years before it actually happened.
I was talking about this in the 90s. They are not secret about it. This thing has been out in the open for decades. It's not a secret. It's not a secret now, but just like you say, now they have foreign soldiers on American ground. The reason for that is because it's easier to hurt someone or kill someone that is not of your own nationality. So we have this weird thing. It was like Cody said, I'm not going to kill anyone, an American on American soil, but it's okay to kill foreigners in a foreign country. I think, what the hell, Cody, come. But it's like this mindset we have. And so, for instance, in other countries, they have foreign troops there. So in Poland, it's Ukrainian. The Ukraine is different. So it's the same with chemtrail pilots also. They choose other nationalities than the countries that are being sprayed because of that psychological thing. So, for instance, right now, Sweden have now signed with the American military. So American military is now allowed into Sweden on taking part of all the military actions in the military bases. They are there in Sweden, and Sweden have signed papers where Swedish authorities cannot charge an American soldier or American personnel for any crime whatsoever. Even if an American soldier gets drunk and slaughters and rapes a Swedish woman or something like that, he cannot be charged. He is under the American protection. It's bizarre, to say the least, and it's going now. I think it's on the way in Denmark. I'm not sure if it's happened in Finland already, but it's like NATO that is doing really not good stuff.
I got a question from the chat. This is from Jonah, who we talked to earlier. He's asking this to the chat. However, he says, can you ask Ole if he is expecting Android weaponry to start being beta tested along with the AI full spectrum dominance beta testing going on in Ukraine and in Israel?
I have no idea. I'm the wrong person to ask.
definitely some creepy stuff going on with that AI. Have you seen this stuff that they can do where they make it sound like it's your voice talking to a person?
Daniel, the thing is, we are now being presented these things like, whoa, they just appeared. No, sorry, it has been used for a long, long time. For a long, long time. Before, I mean, a lot of this is military technology, and they say that they use often 50 years ahead of what we're being shown and told. So these type of things, this is why it's so difficult to now trust anything when it comes to imagery or voices or videos. Or, I mean, we're getting into an area where very, very difficult to really analyze anything. And then you have to ask yourself, so when there are videos or things where you can see, oh, look at that, look at that, look at that, why is that? It's very often because they need to show us that it's fake because of this whole thing with the law of karma. If you go to CBS News, for instance, anything on YouTube with CBS News, go down and look for who to contact for licensing. You would think that it's CBS News. No, it's a company called Veritone, veritone.com. Go there and you will see this is specializing in automated AI-generated news and images. So what on earth is that? So now when you see the level of quality, so now when you see somebody being interviewed after something happened, or you see Trump saying stuff, or you see Putin saying something, how can we know that it's even real? Or have been for a long time?
Exactly. From Chad, do you have any knowledge of Switzerland and its connection to the Knights Templar?
Not the connection, but Switzerland and Sweden are the two only neutral countries. Neutral. That is such a scam. It is Sweden, where I partly grew up, and I used to think that this was the most pure, beautiful country. It is really like a cancer growth. I'm not talking about the people. I'm talking about what's going on in Sweden. A lot of the technology that the world is being hit with, and also a big part of the deep state is located in Sweden. And Switzerland is another very, very connected country where a lot of the, like from decades and decades, a lot of the stolen properties and gold and whatever has been in these bank vaults that has created the wealth of Switzerland. But it's built on blood, I tell you. It's not nice at all. It's my favorite country when it comes to nature. It's stunning. I love the chocolate. But the smell of death in that country, when you look at where this wealth come from, not good. And Sweden also. Sweden, that is being pumped out as this incredibly beautiful whatever, the one showing the rest of the world. Look at a Swedish family called Wallenberg, W-A-L-L-E-N-B-E-R-G, Wallenberg. They, if you ask me, are above the Rothschilds in the deep state. It is, their motto is esse non vedere, which means ruling without visibility. That family, unbelievable. And their companies, they own Nasdaq, they own Ericsson, they own, I mean, when you look at the ownership or the control, it's not only the ownership, but it's the companies they control. They're like this incredible global octopus, where they also, through Ericsson, to a large extent, control the infrastructure of the internet. And indirectly, many of the agencies like NSA and CIA and MI6 and so on are actually using their services for surveillance. So they are above what is called FRA in Sweden. Most people have never heard of it. It's, you got NSA here, you got FRA here. There's this thing we need to become aware of what's going on, because we're so lured into thinking, oh, the CIA, because we see it in the movies, the CIA is the top of the top, and the NSA, oh my God, is top of the top. If these things, but it's not. And Mossad is very, very high up there as well. All of these things on a high level, or actually a very low level, are connected, interconnected. Not that the people always know about it, but they're very, very intertwined like this.
Yeah,
So,
Ghislaine Maxwell, she was tied to Israeli intelligence.
yeah.
All, yeah.
Yeah, but also Robert Maxwell was also involved with different agencies. So Jeffrey Epstein, CIA, and Mossad. You know, it's two sides of the same coin.
Yeah. What about this whole thing with Joe Biden kind of falling by the wayside and disappearing from public eye, and Kamala stepping up? Was this all planned out?
I don't know. I don't listen to these. Like I said, I'm not interested in politics. Once I understood how the whole thing is rigged, I haven't wasted any. I mean, if I listened 2.5 minutes in total to Biden, that would be an exaggeration. But anyway, what I believe is happening is problem, reaction, solution. And once again, we're back to the shooting in Pennsylvania, because if I backtrack a little bit, you had, how did Obama appear? Problem, Boy George Bush started becoming incredibly crazy, mad, starting all of these wars, letting down the borders, letting immigrants in, and people were starting, oh my God, somebody needs to stop him. This madness needs to stop. Problem. And then reaction, oh my God, we need to do something. And in on stage came this individual, which if you look into it, his real name is Barry Soetoro, but he was like a boy band created identity called Barack Hussein Obama. This is what Trump also pointed out, that he's not real. Look at the birth certificate, look at all of these things. When you really start looking into the background, Barack Obama does not exist. Neither does his wife, because it's a guy, Michael. But anyway, how did he get in? Because before Barack Obama, a black president, it was unheard of. I mean, it would never happen in the next 50 years. But then I think it was the release of the series 24 with Keith Sutherland, where there was this psychological operation where in that band, it was the first time ever you had a black president. He almost looks like Barack Obama's older brother. Super guy, super. His morals were up here, his values, his beautiful voice, beautiful face, all of these made people fall in love and open up their mind for the possibility of a black president. 24, look at that whole thing. If you start seeing also it has got Israeli backing and how it opened up our minds for a black president. And then out of nowhere, through Times Magazine also, best president ever before he was even elected. In came on stage Barack Obama like a rock star, like with smoke bombs and this whole thing. Nobody knew where he came from, where he appeared from, and soon he zoomed in, and with his beautiful manners and stuff like that. But when you see his background as a CIA agent in Afghanistan and how he was prepared for years in the background for this role. Okay, so we look at what's going on here now. Problem, reaction, solution. And by the way, Barack Obama, who everybody thinks was so peaceful, there's been more atrocities done under his regime than on any other president. More drone strikes, more violence, more all of these things. But we never heard of that. But anyway, so here we have, let's say that the agenda is to get dear Donald as the new president. If you look at the shooting, there's a lot pointing out, if you have got Israel in the background, 25 standing ovations, if that is what they're trying to push for. So how to create that? Problem, reaction, solution. You have Biden, who is, by the way, completely created in many different ways and backed by the Swedish family Wallenberg, who's also backing Trump. So if you noticed during the last few years, for one thing, it seems like there's more than one Biden. Nothing new there. This is often the way they play the game. But suddenly he can't even stand. He's falling over. He's falling off bikes. He can't speak. He can't remember. He's wearing diapers. He's wearing masks. It's like, it's a problem. He's starting to fondle little girls. He's smelling their hair. He's really into black guy's skin like that. And it's being pumped out. Look at him, senile. He's losing it. He's a problem. Then we go like, oh my God, we can't have this senile guy That's a problem. We need something else. Boom, boom, boom. We already had Trump, very popular among many, many people. Like I said, I'm not into politics. I haven't listened to Trump at all either. I don't trust these guys whatsoever. But I'm seeing it from a psychological point of view, a psychological operation, problem, reaction, and boom, so many people pro-Trump, but still we have other options like that. After the boom, this shot pierced the ear with no hole, the whole shebang, and suddenly all of these ones, so many are now pro-Trump. Problem, reaction, solution, if you ask me. And I want to say what I think happened that day when he went out of sight was that I think that he went through that ritual, that maybe it was just like a David Copperfield, I'm speculating now, but just like a hidden broom like that in the floor, goes down. There are these priests down there doing the whole ceremony with the holy water and the ear and smudging the blood on his cheek. Finished, thank you so much. Whoop, up again, up, and here you got fight, fight, fight. And millions and millions and millions of people have viewed that ceremony without knowing it. This is how they do the Olympics and these type of things also. It's in your face. It's in your face.
That last Olympics, the last ceremony, that one was weird.
God. It's like, yeah, go to 2012 in London. I mean, the whole pandemic, all of that is there. And the whole, and the Super Bowl as well, if you look at the commercials, and that is super satanic. I mean,
the most recent Commonwealth Games too, eh?
It's there. It's there. When there are loads of crowds, they just bring it up.
Now, I got a question for you, kind of, since you brought up Obama and we've already went down to Ukraine. Have you personally done much work on the Lugar-Obama 2005 Act?
No.
Do you know about Obama being in Ukraine to sign a nuclear weapons trade deal in 2005 with, and he was held by Russian security forces?
Nope.
Okay. And then, so, because I find it all very suspicious. He was there as a senator in 2005. He was doing the nuclear weapons, whatever, and that's where I'll keep it clean for YouTube. Sorry, Dan. But then you had the, even if you look at everything that's happening in Ukraine, right? Now, you're not American, so you'll probably know this, but we have Angela Merkel, we have Poroshenko, and all of these other people who have outright said that the Minsk Accord or Minsk Agreement was literally just to buy time to weaponize or stock up weapons for the Ukraine. Now, my personal opinion on this is that, with the Russian and the Ukrainian, they have a certain level of testosterone in their males that you don't see in the North American males anymore. So literally what they're doing is trying to eliminate the men who would be willing to stand up to the one world order that's coming. Any opinion on that from that battle?
I mean, you were breaking up, so I'm not really sure I heard the whole question, but around the Ukrainian war, for one thing, I pointed it out a few months before it happened, not knowing. I was just saying the clues are pointing towards something happening in Ukraine. So in my newsletter, I was pointing, saying, I don't know why, I have no idea, and boom, then it happened. So the whole thing, when you saw, I followed the war in Ukraine the first month or so, but it was screaming of wag the dog, wag the dog, wag the dog, wag the dog, where they were recycling news footage from the Ukraine war in 2014, I think. They were even using footage from a gun show in Texas. They were showing images on CNN. All of these are on the main, like CNN and so on, from one of the computer games, Mega 3. No, not Mega 3. I can't remember. But like so much of the things we were being told was just not true. And I had friends that went to Ukraine and they were warned, don't go, it's a war zone, it's a war zone. I checked there's these websites with live CCTV footage from around the world. And I was looking at the news. They were saying bombings going on in Kiev. I had the live footage from Kiev on that CCTV camera. There was nothing going on. And so I was like, something is so bizarre. A friend of mine went there, and he went around in the Ukraine. There was nothing was happening. The only thing that didn't work was the internet, so that people weren't aware what was going on in the rest of the world, that the rest of the world was saying there's a war going on. But he went to, I think it was Kiev, and the only place where things were going on was in the train station that was packed with foreign journalists and refugees, crisis actors looking like refugees, and all packed up. That's where all the filming was done, inside that building. On the outside, nothing. And then he was walking around. Everything was just a normal Tuesday. The shops were filled with food. There was fruit. Everything was like that. But then in certain areas of the road, there was a bit of the city that was a bit run down. They had placed like blown out cars and stuff like that, wrecks and stuff, so that they could do shoots with this in the background. It was just film sets. So at that time, I just completely left the whole, even following it, because I felt I can't trust anything that is coming from that area. Because also, if you look here, there's a lot being used to divert the attention to that conflict. And Sweden, for instance, and Finland are pushed in. They were pushed into NATO with this scare, Russia scare, pumping them. Russia. Look, Ukraine. And where actually you have this Swedish family again, the Wallenberg, heavily invested in the Ukraine. And do you know where these US biolabs, where a lot of horror stuff was going on, where were they moved? They were moved to Sweden. It's unbelievable. It's sort of like, so now people are saying, oh, now this is happening, now that is happening. Okay, how do you know? Well, I saw it on the news. Okay, so we speak to the news. You look at the footage, you see like, oh my God, a blown out tank. Here's that's been fighting. No, that tank was like from 2009. What the hell is a tank, a Russian tank from 2009 doing in a war zone like that? It's just they pulled out this old crap and they said, well, how do you know it was Russians? There were a pair of Russian uniform trousers in the tank. Okay, so how small a space is inside a tank, and somebody brought extra pair of trousers and left them there? Yeah, but there were canned food from Russia also. Okay, so that's the evidence. But when people were in there talking, they said we were being shot at by the Ukrainian. And how did they know it was the Ukrainian? Because of the uniforms. But I'm telling you, ISIS, we're being told ISIS, that where did they go? They just disappeared. No, they were relocated. ISIS is the created boogeyman that is being used in different locations like that to create chaos. Mostly private contractors, American former military and stuff like that, who are being, wherever they want to create a conflict, boom, put them there. So they were relocated from the Middle East up to the Ukrainian area and just given uniforms, doing horrible stuff up there. That's what we're seeing. And so God knows what's going on. Well, there was a battle here, there was a battle there, there was a battle. Just like somebody mentioned Kosovo last time. If you read, I've been to the Kosovo war zones. I was still there when the tanks were in the streets. That we were being told the exact opposite of what actually happened. I have a friend who was he was a Dutch commercial pilot. He was flying in Dutch military to this whole thing. So he knew from the inside, he heard the military discussing what was going on. And they were like, we have no idea what the hell is going on, because we were ordered to do this, but we look at the news, this is what they're telling us. It just does not match up at all. And these horrendous thing and war crimes and stuff, absolute bullshit. And the Dayton Agreement that was after the war was said, we're going to split up the countries like this, that were created before the war even started. They had that template. This is the end result of the war, made before the conflict. We are looking at an illusion of conflict, an illusion of so many different things, that we need to wake up of the spell and just take the power back by just becoming aware that, listen, I have to ask the question, and I'm asking that all the time. Is this true? Is this? Yes, because I saw it on YouTube. What does that even mean? Yes, I read it in the newspaper. What does that even mean? Were you there? That's why so many times when I was still in Europe, I mean, now I'm facing 18 years in prison if I go back, just for criticizing NATO operations. Holy crap. But anyway, so I always tried when something happened to go straight there as a one-man band. Really freaky, scary, I tell you that. But I went to France, I went to Belgium, I went to England, I went to many different places right when it happened to just find out what happened. We're being told this, and the result of that terror attack or whatever is that now they're going to arm the police like Robocops or whatever, and new vehicles and all of these things, on new cameras, all of it. So it would be good to find out, did it actually happen? I've been to so many different places, and the official narrative had never, ever, ever matched up at all. But so few of us are willing to walk the extra mile or take the extra step or gather some courage and look into these things on location, because it's freaky, because these operations are ongoing months after they happen, to make sure that people like this one don't get too close. So I'm just going to say, standard procedure, the enemy is within. We're being told the enemy is out there. I tell you every single time, it's from the inside. It's from the inside. We have to become aware.
There's a little bit of talk in the chat going on. I think that they want me to bring this up. We've been seeing a lot of this aliens, UFO stuff happening lately. I don't know if you're aware, but there were some aliens that showed up in a backyard in Las Vegas, and then there were some that showed up in a mall. These like giant 8-9 foot tall aliens. Do you feel that they are prepping us for a fake alien invasion?
Yeah, that's been they tried it in the 90s with the Star Wars and all of that whole thing, with Ronald Reagan was trying to get funding for all of these type of crap operations with the alien threat. Didn't really work. So instead they reinvented after the end of the Cold War, when the Berlin Wall went down and that whole thing. When they couldn't get us afraid of aliens, boom, in came the Muslim terrorist. No Muslim terrorists before, ever, and suddenly they were everywhere. So it's a matter of creating a boogeyman. Now we don't buy into Muslim terrorists anymore. It's so messed up and mixed up and everything like that. So the only next level they can take is either make puppies or kittens the next virus threat, or sloth or something like that, really, really cute. That would freak even these people out, because they've used anything else to freak us out with, or alien threats. And now with AI, you can make these things. You can do anything. So, alien threat, let me check my pulse. No reaction whatsoever.
Is that Ibanez guitar on your wall back there?
No, it's a Canadian Larry Wee, as it's called, Larry Wee.
Do you play?
Yeah.
All right.
If you go to YouTube, I made a thing that went quite viral. It's called Wake Up, together with a guy called Mo Anton in Spain. Listen to that one. It's I'm really proud of that one, so check it out. I'm also, if you go to Spotify, check my name out. I got a solo album there called From Prison to Paradise. All right,
Ole, I do apologize, but we are going a little bit over our time. Yeah. I thank you so much for sharing so much of your time with us. But I do want to go ahead and wrap things up and let you get on with things. I want to first of all just let you hop up on the soapbox, step behind the podium one more time, and just say whatever you would like to say to the End of Days Radio audience out there. And please follow that up with anything and everything that you would like to plug and promote: social media, email, upcoming appearances, upcoming podcasts, anything at all that you would like to promote. Please do that now.
Well, I can't move at all. I would be, unfortunately, arrested more or less wherever I show my face if it's a NATO country. So I'm very happy in Bali, and I'm going to be very blessed and stay here for a while. So no tours. I'm doing 2-3 interviews per day. You can find it on, no, not per day, per week. I've done more than 1,200. There's more than 5,000 articles on my website, Light on Conspiracies. As far as I know, everything is true on that website. as far as I've been able to find out. But judge for yourself. And what I would like to say, I've got, if anybody would like to support me, I've got a membership area. I've got a monthly newsletter where everything I say, when I predict something, you can see it in the archives. That's when I said it. Boom, that's when it happened. That's when I said it. Boom, that's when it happened, and so on. So I always try to be one step ahead and show this is, please be aware of this. This is what happened last month. Boom, boom, boom. So, and also I got the world's largest research vault, I believe, my whole life on an external hard drive, more than 5 terabyte, that I also have for sale. It's not easy for me to make a living because I'm being shut down and threatened and whatever everywhere. So if you would like to support me, there's also a donation button. Extremely appreciated. I have a family of 5 to take care of, so very, very, and 2 cats, not to forget. But anyway, what I want to say is life is good, life is wonderful, life is incredible. So let's appreciate it and really enjoy the time we have here. We are being challenged, yes. Absolute assholes, yes. But if you look at it, assholes, the worst assholes in your life, are actually the best teachers as well. They're there to show us where we're not healed, where we're not whole. The one that triggers us are the best teachers for us to evolve as spiritual beings and so on. At the same time, what's going on in the world is so mad at this time. I mean, I think everybody's just like, can it get any weirder? And I don't know. Every week I'm like, are you like what? But it just gets keep. So in a non-violent way, I would suggest get off your butt and do what your heart says is right. Don't listen to this one. This is how they can get to us. Too much information, too much confusion, propaganda, whatever. But your heart does not lie. You just have to quiet your mind and start getting in tune with your heart. They say this is the longest journey from the brain to the heart, but the heart knows what is right, what is true, and what is worth fighting for, or not fighting. I'm not a freedom fighter. I'm a freedom being. I am freedom. I am peace. I'm not fighting, because as soon as you fight, I think we're off track. And the thing is, there's nothing wrong with fighting, but fighting and violence create bad karma, and then it becomes like what is called a revolution. It repeats itself. So to do a revolution, if you look in history books, the violence just keeps repeating. Now is a unique opportunity for us to transcend this whole thing once and for all, transcend this whole thing. And I hope to come to a point of oneness instead of this duality crap that we're in, where everybody's like doom. So, am I back?
Yeah, back just in time.
Yeah, so I just want to say that there's some native tribes that say that we, the souls that are here now, are the strongest of the strong. We fought our way to come down here to be part of this time that is happening right now. It is a unique time. It is an incredible time in human history, or whatever you want to, where we can actually transcend this whole thing. It is pure madness. It is so difficult. It is so brutal. But just because it's difficult doesn't mean that it's impossible. So I say, rock and roll, boom, shoot for it, and just transcend it. Do selfless service, selfless acts of kindness. Do the exact opposite. They want us to get violent. They want us to, in difficult times, eat each other and do. It's because they're super psychos. They don't know how human beings are. Because very often in crisis and difficult times, suddenly the heart comes out and we help each other, and we stand by each other in a completely different way. So they want social distancing. I say group hugging. They say drive-by shootings. I say drive-by hugs, go out, hug a cop, whatever, be peaceful and make a difference out there. Make a difference by being in peace, but absolute no bullshit. Transcend this whole thing. I am not gonna hit you, but I'm not moving. Mine yes is a yes and my no is a no. So it doesn't matter if you say you have to. At least my response is, or what? Will you have to, or what? If as soon as you start letting go of your fear, then there's nothing they can do. And if you don't even fear losing your life, they are screwed. They can't do anything with us. So I say, just, be happy, enjoy life, and be courageous. And stop whining, start shining, and impress yourself, and do the right thing.
All right. Thank you so much, Ole. You have been a pleasure as usual. Thank you so much for coming on. Thank you so much for being you and fighting the good fight, despite the things that have happened to you, despite the pressures that you are under continually. You are truly an inspiration. You've helped me see things differently, helped me pick up on those clues, motivate me to fight back. So thank you so much. Love to have you on anytime. Thank you so much, my friend. You have a good night.
You too, Daniel. Thank you so much. Take care, everyone.
Thank you. All right. That was Ole. Boy, I love his speeches at the end. And I probably ask him a lot of the same questions a lot. And but I'm just in awe of who he is and what he does. He can't even go back to Europe. He is under so much pressure. Like the things that have happened to me pale in comparison to what has happened to him. And he's probably one of the primary people that have helped me become my unafraid self, Daniel Unafraid. Because I think if he can do it, if others can do it, then I can do it as well. We are about to go to break, and we're going to be, as you know, Dr. Robert, he is out. He usually does a segment at this time, but Clint from Illuminati News has been so kind as to step up, and he's going to go ahead and do our little show within a show this week. Clint, are you still on board? Are you ready?
Yeah. Third
All
World
right.
Assassin.
Here we go. Third World Assassin, and go.
Welcome. Today I've decided to talk about the Constitution and Bill of Rights. The Constitution and Creator Endowed Rights are supreme rights that cannot be conflicted with. Many people speak of sovereign citizenship, and they fail to understand that it's about constitutional immunities. These immunities are protected by you got to look at the Constitution like a contract. The contract is enforceable in law, and that all clauses of the contract are the boundaries of the contract, and that the founding fathers, they were making this contract between the Fed and the states, and they were like, we're not going to sign this. We're only going to sign this if we can add to the contract, which is called negotiating a contract. So they added the Bill of Rights, which also has a preamble, and that this Bill of Rights is also protected by the Supremacy Clause in the Constitution. Now, when there's a contract's a certain way. You cannot add to a contract in a way that would violate a previous part of the contract. That's in the Constitution. That's called the impairment of obligations to the contract clause, which states that no law can be made which impairs the obligations of contracts. And so the Constitution, let me give an example of this. This is the reason why the 16th Amendment was not legally ratified, is because the 16th Amendment violated the 10th Amendment. It violated the 10 square mile clause, and it violated the enumerations clause. And that the Supreme Court, they made a ruling about the 16th Amendment where they said that the 16th Amendment created no new taxing powers. So to explain how we became in an unconstitutional jurisdiction, it goes a little something like this. The 14th Amendment, which I definitely agree with the Equal Protections Clause, but with the 14th Amendment, there was a ruling in 1938 called Erie Railroad versus Tompkins. And in that ruling, they, in layman's terms, they stated that the 14th Amendment, which was not constitutionally ratified, by the way, what created a duality of citizenship. And with that duality of citizenship, the state citizen lost its state sovereignty, and that the 10th Amendment basically goes wherever the state may have jurisdiction, the Fed cannot, basically. And so if so you have two masters, telling you what to do, the state or the Fed. It has to be one or the other. And that for a state citizen, it must be the state. But so when this duality of citizenship was created, it made sorry, I got an asthma stem in my mouth. It made it so the state citizens were within the 10 square miles of Article 1, Section 10, I think, or Article 1, Section 8 of the Constitution, which states, quote, Congress has the power to legislate in all cases whatsoever. And then it says within 10 square miles. So when you're a state citizen, you're not within 10 square miles. But when you've been through loopholes put into this jurisdiction, all of a sudden you're a party to this clause. You become victim to this clause where Congress has the power to legislate in all cases whatsoever. And so because of this, they then were able to tax you, because with unconstitutional taxes, they violated the enumerations clause. And to state what the enumerations clause is that imagine if you take a tax, the whole tax as a whole, and then you take the population and you divide the number of the tax by the population. So each person would pay the exact same amount of tax. That's what the enumerations clause is. And as you can see, this is not happening in current times because they are in violation of the Constitution, and they have created a lawful smoke and mirrors in which they have acquiesced everyone's jurisdiction. And that another word for acquiesce is taken away. They've taken away your state jurisdiction, and they've forced upon you federal jurisdiction. And that because of this, you are privy to these unconstitutional acts of Congress that is, that's why the 1040 and the 1099 and the fine print and the UN, the IRS specifically talks about international commerce from Puerto Rico. And that, so these taxes that are levied upon people are, which by the way, violates the direct excise tax clause of the Constitution, which says that they cannot make a direct excise tax. But these taxes, though, are levied upon people who lawfully, when you work, you are exchanging, you are getting compensation for your labor. It's not defined as income in the law. Income is like winning the lottery or getting some kind of bonus at work or something, or some kind of it's something that you get without actually doing work. And so compensation is not income. But I'm not giving advice or anything. I'm just talking about the situation that we're in right now. And that so the complexities of it is, it's so complex, it's utterly ridiculous, to where, as I've even gotten the phone with the federal the federal bank guy at the Nevada Federal Bank about this law, asking if I was talking to the proper person. And he was like, oh yeah, I'm the director of the Federal Reserve Bank, national banks. And I'm like, well, let me just quote Chapter 12 United States Code, Section 411, which states that Federal Reserve notes are obligations of the United States. And it also states that those obligations are redeemable for lawful money upon demand at any Federal Reserve Bank. So I was trying to exercise this law and redeem Federal Reserve notes, which are obligations of the United States, for lawful money, and that they didn't have any lawful money. They said it. All we have is Federal notes. And so, I asked if it was the proper person, blah, blah, blah. He said it was. He said he'd get back to me. He never did. My life with the Attorney General and all these other schmucks that are in every office in the United States. But anyways, so this tax that is then levied from us unconstitutionally, which, by the way, we must pay these unconstitutional taxes because we are owned as property, and this is not an exaggeration. Otherwise, we would have real rights, not smoke and mirrors rights, because in reality, in the law, property doesn't have rights. And that's why we don't have the right to assemble without a permit, pursuant to Shuttlesworth versus Birmingham or Murdoch versus Pennsylvania, which states that the state cannot create permits for a citizen to exercise their right, you see. And so the problem here lies in the fact that most people are blind to the details, and that in the law, in these contracts, and keep in mind that all contracts are under commercial law, because commercial law contracts, these contracts are being used against us. Because remember, when you're born, you have the right to contract, pursuant to the Constitution, if we had it. But your parents have taken you and they have co-signed you onto a contract, and that this contract is printed on international banknote paper, and it's located in your state capital, and this contract is your signature on it with your footprint, and your parents have co-signed you into this contract. And that what has happened here is that you've been birthed, quote unquote, and that this all may sound very familiar to you if you're familiar with Jordan Maxwell's research. But the fact of the matter is that his research, although he may lack certain law quotes and so on and so forth, his research is accurate. To whereas the internationalists, the UN, NATO, etc., because NATO is these internationalists who run the world, they have taken American citizens and put them under contract as being owned like property, and that the internationalists are using this property in collateral for international I forget what it's called, but the International Monetary Fund sends bonds to the Treasury, which, by the way, the Treasury Secretary of the Treasury was also simultaneously the governor of the fund of the International Monetary Fund up until like 2004. And then they were like, oh, we can't have this. Everybody might catch on, But my point is that, these people are in a country, their paychecks come from the International Monetary Fund. Every acronym agency you can think of is chartered under the 62nd Trust of Puerto Rico through the International Nations, and that these groups are making sure that nobody wants to be pro-Constitution. They want to make sure that people have a vast hatred against the Constitution, because if we have this contract, this Constitution, if we have it in place, then we have diplomatic immunity from international laws that are taxing us. And that, but since we don't have it in place, we don't have real money in circulation, because money pursuant to the Constitution is gold or silver, pursuant to the gold silver clause, which is protected by the supremacy clause, which states anything in conflict with the Constitution is notwithstanding law. And the Marbury versus Madison backs that up as well, which anything in conflict is null and void in law. And so the 14th Amendment thing and the duality of citizenship is how they get around all this. They don't need to have a constitution or a federal citizen, because then you're not even under the jurisdiction of the Constitution. And that that's the problem with the world. I was in this huge group chat or whatever on Twitter, and everybody was arguing about digital money, and I was just simply stating what I was saying. I understood, the money needs intrinsic value. If it doesn't have intrinsic value, that it can be manipulated. And if it is manipulated, it can be used by people who run the world to manipulate us. And that's how they get cheap labor, is through minimum wage, when they know that the inflation moves twice as fast as the rate of change of the minimum wage raise. And so, pursuant to the value of gold and silver, from 1963, they were making $40 an hour, off from $1.15. And then today, we can't even buy. I missed a part. The silver is the amount of measurement pursuant to the Coinage Act of 1795 all the way up to the Coinage Act of 1965 or 3, and that silver is specifically, or the dollar is specifically set to be 24 grams of silver. Now, if you were to have 24 grams of silver in 1963, which is $1, and then you were to, which $1.15 for the minimum wage, but even if you said $1, it's still, how much does 25 grams of silver cost today? You see, and that, so because you can only buy 1 gram of silver for $1 today, so, or an ounce or a gram, and that 24 grams of silver is almost an ounce, and that an ounce of silver today is roughly $24 something dollars. So actually I forget the exact number, but with the gold calculations but the silver calculation was a little bit more. But anyways, this Constitution, it was very important to the founding fathers because they had already dealt with all this type of bullshit before with England, and all the countries of Europe were using very complex methods of confusing the people, and the people were victims of very complex math, basically, and because they didn't understand how the paper money was robbing them, they were trapped in Plato's cave in a way, and that many of these, many things happening in the world right now is keeping people trapped in Plato's cave, and that this is why the Constitution was so important when I found about it about 16 years ago, because I didn't understand the history of America, and that I was against America, and that I was unknowingly being pro New World Order, not even realizing it, because I didn't understand the concept of individual rights. And right now, the mainstream uses group rights to take away an individual rights. For example, the group right that took away the right to privacy about the whole abortion thing, which the Roe versus Wade, it was about right to privacy, and when they overturned it, that you could tell they didn't read the case, and they didn't even say anything about privacy. I mean, that's not the greatest example, but the point here is that these internationalists, they don't want us to know about our diplomatic or our constitutional immunities to their unlawful contracts, and that we are sitting in a situation where it could all change very easily. It could all change with just people refusing to, be a part of the world, to be invisible, to find a way to live on their own, and that's not what I'm getting at here with this talk. But there's Dan. I'm pretty much all done. If you want to.
No, it's all good. Appreciate you helping me out and doing a little monologue there while I was able to take some pain medication and use the bathroom and stretch a little bit.
Oh yeah,
Kinda-
I was debating on archaeology or constitutional law, and then because I did have a couple of excerpts I was going to read, and I was kept looking around and jumping back and forth, but then I just winged it and went on about constitutional law.
All right. So we are going to head into our news section. I did forget to do the mind-blowing moment of the day. And also I apologize for like blowing my nose like that obnoxiously while Ole was talking. I thought I was muted. God, that was so sick. It was all bubbly. It was all I was like, oh my God, I just did that.
You got a cold or something? Or
no, not really. I do have allergies, so yeah, it's a constant thing. I'm not very good at breathing, so my life has been very painful.
Oh yeah, I was shocked your friend asked he can't go back to Europe. That's definitely scary. I definitely wish him ultra luck, and definitely hope he makes out with the in the good end.
Yeah, he's one of those guys that just from listening to his knowledge base and the way that he approaches these false flags and stuff, like he just knows too much, and it doesn't take him long to start exposing stuff. And like I was telling him, without talking to him, I wouldn't notice stuff that surrounds these events, like how I was talking about the people that were sticking their hands in Trump's jacket on that cover of Time magazine. Like I was even telling you, and I was telling Todd and a few other people about that. Like right after, I was like, look at this, look what they're doing. It's the hidden hand. It's the hidden hand. I would not have been able to discern that stuff if I had not done several shows with Ole and heard him on other programs and kind of learned how to pick this stuff out, because they do put it in front of us. They purposely stick their own coded messages in front of us. I don't know, to test, to make sure we're not picking up on it. But there's, despite the fact that we've both researched a lot and read a lot and looked into this, I don't, even the best people at this stuff, like whatever is going on with these guys and their Kabbalah rituals and stuff like that, it's very weird, and it's hard to understand what exactly they're going for, or why, or how the magic that they use works exactly. They seem to be playing on metaphysical concepts that aren't really clear to the general public. Like they know if they code things to astrology, use numbers and words. Somebody in the chat said that Biden actually means animal to be sacrificed. What effect does that have on us and our reality by putting that out there, by using certain names at certain times, like that particular name? It must be doing something. It can't all just be nonsense. Yet they have us all individually out here convinced that, oh, it's all about the science they preach to us. It's all about what they tell us. It's all about that hard science. Yet these people are freaking using magic. It's just, reality is so strange to me at this point that it's very hard for me to get bored, because all I have to do is start thinking about this stuff.
Oh yeah. Well, it's like this. I was on the other night. It's like the Illuminists want to make you feel a certain way. That's what I was going to get at with that monologue. The Wizard of Oz. That's what I was getting at with the I forget which point, but the all these events and stuff, they make you feel a certain way, and then it's not necessarily about magic, but the idea of like subconscious hypnosis through buzzwords, the repetitive things that are said, and so on and so forth, that they are it's like they're using the most common tactics to manipulate the people of the world. And it's definitely the idea that everything that we see could be totally smoke and mirrors is definitely a possibility. I mean, the Plato's cave thing, it's like it's everywhere you look. I mean, we cannot believe anything, trust no one, like the X-Files. It's all
the Plato's cave thing is like the original story of the Matrix, but there's a lot of like little subtleties in that whole thing that we don't necessarily pick up on. But if you read it you'll pick up on other little things in there that are relevant. But I did want to say, I guess my mind blowing moment of the day is the location where the Trump assassination, the first one, happened. I didn't realize how isolated and small of an area that was. Like, I said it right away when Ole brought it up, but it really reminded me of Sandy Hook, and really made me think of utilizing those small spaces. And it's so true. Like, Trump could fill up football stadiums. There's no reason why he was even there doing that doing that speech in front of a small amount of people in a small area. Just none of that really made any sense. And I do want to, before we get going too hard here, I do want to just pull you guys off for a second and get into the news. Just kind of want to move the show along. I got some stuff pulled up, but let's go ahead and continue the discussion of Trump and the assassination, because it just happened again. I'm pulling up Google right now. I've already got it open, actually. And this is from CNN, but Trump safe after being targeted in second apparent assassination attempt. It appears that at a Florida golf club earlier today, that there was another attempt on the former president's life. Basically, there was there were shots fired by the Secret Service when agents fired at a man who had a rifle in the bushes along the perimeter of the Trump International Golf Course. Trump had been playing golf at the time, moving between holes 5 and 6. Secret Service agent, it wasn't Austin Powers. He spotted a rifle barrel with a scope sticking out of the fence of the golf course and immediately engaged with the person, Bradshaw said. The agent who spotted the rifle, Bradshaw said, is part of a team that stays a hole or two ahead of Trump on the course. The person was 300 to 500 yards away from Trump, the official said. The person fled the scene in a car and was spotted by a witness, which ultimately helped them locate the vehicle. And it seems that they were able to. They did. They detained him, and I'm sure they're going to get to the bottom of what the hell he was doing, peeking out of the bushes and trying to shoot at Donald Trump. Very weird stuff. I said it before. It would happen again. It would happen again, and it has happened again.
Well, if we were to, not that I co-sign about the stuff that Ole said about Trump, but if it were to be true, then I would assume that Trump was a communist, or if the opposite was true, not necessarily the opposite, but that's why I mentioned the Secret Service being chartered by the UN, is that because of Cooper saying that JFK was considered a security threat by the UN, and that it's possible it could go two ways, where either A, he's a communist, or B, he's a security threat to the UN. And so they want to,
Yeah, it's all very anomalous. I find that these things that Ole was talking about, like, that's spot on. Kind of what I was thinking when the whole thing happened, that they're trying to make Trump look like, let me put it this way. The pro-Trump feelings are so strong lately. I've been feeling bad and guilty about, like, not being on the Trump wagon. Like, I've been feeling like, oh boy, I feel like I'm just kind of letting people down out there, because they all want me to be pro-Trump. They want my show to be about Trump and pro-Trump, but I mean, that's just not my truth. That's not my belief, and I'm not for him like a lot of people the truth movement are, and well, I kind of felt bad about that.
I believe that even if he was good, even if any of the candidates are good, I don't vote or anything, but the New World Order has its laws so tightly constricted around the U.S. where it doesn't matter who our leader is, because the New World Order is fully in place. There's no American sovereignty. It's a done deal.
Definitely, and in the United Nations, that's really the key to all this. They're formerly called the League of Nations. Now they're called the United Nations, and that's what the New World Order is supposed to be. It's supposed to be a conglomeration of countries and a one world government with one military force, and that would be NATO, who is the military branch of the United Nations. And then you have various foreign foreign councils like the CFR, Bilderberg, and to the Trilateral Commission, Obama, he had admitted to doing a speech in front of the CFR. And we know that these are really the people that control things through the international monetary scheme, as well as by simply owning everything, owning all the telecommunications, owning energy. Energy is something that you always need, owning all the land. You always hear about people like Bill Gates and the Queen buying up all the land in our country. There's none left for us. We can't individually, we can't own these big farms and stuff because the Queen or Bill Gates already owns them.
Well, I'm here in Canada, and everything that isn't a treaty is owned by the Crown anyways. Even if you have a mortgage on it, it's all Crown property here in Canada.
Oh, yeah, we can't even have cool things anymore. They own all the cool stuff, and it's fake cool.
Yeah, that's something that I've been kind of realizing lately is that Canada is actually more under the crown than I ever realized, if that makes sense. I'm not trying to insult Canadians. That's not the point of this.
You see their money.
Please insult all of them. Please insult all of them. I'm not a huge fan of Canadians, even though I go way back. But, you know,
some of my favorite pro wrestlers are Canadian. So I've got a soft spot, you know, like Chris Jericho and Kevin Owens and Bret Hart. All fine.
Good old Winnipeg boy, Jericho. I used to live there. Actually, I've lived pretty much everywhere in Canada. But no, I mean, it's kind of funny listening to Clint talk about Constitution. Do you know that when we have our Constitution, it's Trudeau's father who was the Prime Minister at the time, and Quebec never even signed on. So, I mean, how much of a country do you really have that way? But, you know, technically, at least originally, the name of the country is Dominion of Canada. He's still like,
Canada. We're Francois.
Hey, I'm French Canadian going back to the 1600s. I just had this conversation yesterday working with like one of the migrant farm workers. He's like, "Oh, where's your family from?" I'm like, "Man, Canada." He's like, "No, but where are they from originally?" I'm like, "Man, I'm French. I've been here since 1600. How long do I have to be here before I can say I'm Canadian?"
Sacre bleu.
But I mean, yeah, no, like it's hilarious because technically the governor general can like go over like veto any law on behalf of the queen. I usually call her the cunt.
Well, she's dead now, right? Like she died 1 or 2 years ago, Queen Elizabeth.
Yeah, you want to hear a good story? I don't know if I'm supposed to say this, but fuck it. Anyways, I used to work for LCBO here in Ontario, right? And when I worked for them, I had to swear oath of allegiance to the Queen to sell alcohol.
Oh wow!
Because it's a crown corporation.
I wouldn't be surprised if they got some giant supercomputer and they've tried to upload the Queen's, you know, consciousness, quote unquote, into it. I mean, you've heard the the richest people in the world, they're all convinced that they're gonna somehow live forever through technology, and it's just so ridiculous.
I want to address this real quick. So Raven, female Raven, she says, if you're going to do conspiracies and Illuminati New World Order shit, you need to compare both sides because it's happening on both sides. And yeah, I definitely agree. It's you know, it's just as big a part of the left as the right. I tend to talk about the right more because on social media, like I'm constantly hit by right wing people or conservatives that blame the left for everything. And I definitely don't mean to just blame the right. I mean to blame them both because I just feel like because that's mostly what I hear, I need to be like the person saying, hey, wait, guys. It's not like that. It's not all the Democrats or the left that are.
I want to mention something real quick.
Well, can I jump in on this one?
I'll be super.
Well, can I jump in on this one? Oh God.
Yeah, I want both of you guys to talk, but yeah, go ahead and go, Jonah.
Wait,
he can go first, guys. I'm gonna go into the Bidens, but
let's draw straws.
Rock, paper, scissors.
1, 2. We can't see Jonah, so okay. Clint, go ahead. Then we'll go to Jonah.
All right. The January 6th thing, there were cameras all set up inside. All the pictures were instantly copyrighted by Getty Images, instantly, all of them, because right when it happened, I started looking for pictures. They were all copyrighted by Getty Images, and there were tons of pictures of cameras already all set up. How could it have not been planned if it wasn't all, you know what I mean? It's definitely, it was definitely fake. I mean, it was, the people believed in what they were doing. That's why we always talk about the Illuminati, and they coerce their people, they coerce the masses to believe in what they're doing. And then that's how magic works, is the initiate is to come of their own free will and accord. They must believe, I mean, the European form of magic, not like shamanism or anything, but go on, okay. Jonah?
Go ahead, Jonah.
Oh, did he
yeah, I can jump in. Well, as far as let's go back to what Ole was saying a little bit earlier. And, he's saying that they filmed these events a day earlier or whatever. Every time I come on and my cousin and joke. Having said that,
wait, can you repeat that? You cut out really bad.
Ole was saying that they when they do these events, they will film the things a day in advance, kind of like the shaman when he was wandering through Capitol Hill the day before all by himself, is my opinion. But I was the one who brought up the Bidens. So if you actually go into Google and you can just type in Biden's definition, you're going to come up with a couple definitions. So if you go back to the ancient Latin, it's going to be bidens, which is 2 teeth, or a hoe. So that's one definition. And then going back to the ancient Latin, but bidens is also animals for sacrifice. Now, if we want to talk about conspiracies, Joe Biden's great granddaddy used to work for East India Trading Company named George Biden. Now, he used to brag about that when he was vice president for many years, which is hilarious because I can actually pull articles from India where they talk about it for many years before. But anyway, and then when he was actually elected president in the White House, good old Prime Minister Modi came up and said, "Oh, we found your relative that's the same name as you from the East India Trading Company," acting like he had no idea who George Biden was, even though there's all kinds of video and stories about him bragging about it. So on top of that, Joe Biden was elected senator before he is old enough to actually sit as a senator in the most corrupt state in America, because he does have that East India trading bloodlines. And he is also his granddaddy. They say work or lunchbox Joe or whatever. His granddaddy was an executive for Standard Oil, which is Rockefeller. But I mean, if someone wants us to talk about left-wing conspiracy, I can pick a couple here or there. I have no problem going either way.
I have brilliant deduction.
Well, the most obvious one would be the Clintons.
Oh yeah,
Hillary and Billary.
Well, they had to do with the
Barry Soetoro, and I was laughing because you heard me. I went out of my way not to mention the facilities that the Obama Lugar Act set up. Then Ole went ahead and mentioned what they were, but I'm not going to do it anyways because I don't want to be the one who gets you hit. I've done it enough to like New York Patriot, or when I appear on YouTube, I tend to get hit sometimes. But so it's very interesting when you look into the whole Barry Soetoro, Barack Obama.
Yeah.
Now, another thing I found really interesting too is, I mean, it could be a coincidence, but both Soetoro and Malaka Harris, yes, I call her Malaka, and you spell that Mollocha. Malaka.
Malaka. Oh, dang.
But do you know what Malaka means, right? If you speak Greek, Malaka is an insult or a term of endearment for a wanker. So I call her Malaka Paris, but
I
I
thought
spell
it
it with
was
Moloch. Anyways,
yeah.
they both have a sister named Maya, which is odd to me.
That's interesting about the etymology thing. I was talking about Prince Harry earlier. And the word Harry comes from a word that means like hunt, like harass, and that Prince Harry was C-sectioned out of the womb on summer solstice, and that it could be a possible reference to the mighty hunter Osiris, or Nimrod, and that the initiates believe that they are. Well, I nobody knows if they actually believe it or not, but it's in their books. But they believe they are the embodiment of Osiris or Nimrod. Basically, it's
Okay. If you're gonna bring that up, I'm gonna go with Nimrod, and
well,
I'm
they're the
just gonna
same.
say this. I'm gonna just say this because I've done this. I've actually broken this down on the Occult Rejects or New York Patriot one. Fuck the Rothschild, because if I look at that coat of arms, and Dan, you can bring it up while I'm speaking, their coat of arms has nothing to do with Hebrew. Everything I see on there is going to be Knights Templar. They have 2 eagles on there, so you get the double-headed eagle. You have the 2 sections that have the 5 arrows in the eagle's hawk or whatever. So again, too, you can also draw comparison to fasci or fascism, the bunch of sticks and the claw,
Yeah.
but again, when you're looking at the Rothschild coat of arms, only 9 of the arrowheads are there because one's kind of blocked. So then you get the magical number of the 9 from the Templars. You have the gold and the silver, which is the ties to Janus, or also the the papal keys, all that stuff here. So nothing on that coat of arms shows you, and then you got the Scottish lion too, right? Nothing on that coat of arms. Oh, the red shield too. I forgot about that one. So that red shield right there just tells you they're Templars again. So in 1407, the Templars go away, and then 1600s, all of a sudden this family appears, and he sets up all his family in the exact same banking scheme as the Templars too, right? So nothing about that family says Hebrew, and they were what were Templars also known for is the Crusades to take over Israel and bring back Israel to the Christians, or whatever they want to call it, the Catholics at that time.
Oh,
yeah, it's a pretty interesting rabbit hole because once you go into the whole idea of who's Hebrew, who's not, who's Jewish, who's not, you find that there's a lot of different groups that want to be the Jews, and then it's very hard to really discern who exactly should be given that title, because you have the state of Israel in the past, ancient Israel, which was actually just small, and it was the northern part of a greater kingdom, and underneath them was the kingdom of Judah. So Jew actually is more referencing somebody from Judah, not Israel, which is the first thing that kind of throws things off. And if you look at modern Israel would have contained a lot of different countries, like the Philistines. The Philistines would be part of modern Israel if we use the same map. And we know that the Philistines were actually enemies of the ancient Israelites. So it's very hard to discern exactly who we should call Jewish and what exactly that means. It seems like nowadays it's like a collection of pagan beliefs that have kind of come together along with some actual Hebrew Bible, and it's all kind of mishmashed together.
Yeah, and I thank you again for bringing up another point for me to make. So if you go to the Library of Congress, that's loc.gov, and this is something I've discovered by accident by a book. We all know that the Rockefellers took over publishing and all that stuff around 1903, 1913 when they set up the General Education Board. But I found this really good book on Library of Congress. But then you can just actually pull up the loc.gov, and if you type in Gudea of Lagash, and that's Lagash. So Judea of Lagash was a prince in Nineveh. long before Judea, from the Bible at least. So there's kind of an interesting tie in there, because that would put them as Assyrian or Babylonian, but then another
That's that you're onto something with that, Jonah. Like, there's a people that existed in that area at the time, called the Chaldeans, and they seem to have the same beliefs as what we think of as Jews.
And what is it? What is the symbol that the Freemasons use? Oh, the double-headed eagle of Lagash, which again, too, when I appeared, I showed you the oldest known double-headed eagle of Lagash is going to be located at the Sphinx Gate in Hittite Hattusa. Well, here's another fun fact that I found again, too. So this is a book actually wrote by the Vice President of the Royal Historical Society from 1913, I think it was. And he comes out and says that Solomon built his temple to his god, Jove, or Jove, Jauve, which is going to be Janus, or, Jupiter. Yeah. And what gets even better, now, what was the blueprint for Solomon's temple? Well, Daniel, his father, was married to a Hittite woman and designed that temple off of a Hittite temple from 1,000 years prior, if you go back in history, at least before they started to change our history. And guess what? That brings us back to the big green stone that I brought up the last time I was on here as a guest.
Interesting.
So
what was the area called where that stone was?
Hattusa, Hattusa, and that's T like tango. So
And I've brought this up a few times, like recently on the program, but Jupiter, father of the Jews, Jupiter.
Let's go ahead and I was in a conversation this week, and then I recommended, I actually gave her the link, so she might be watching, Angelia. So, but anyways, I gave her the link for Bill Cooper's at the Hour of the Time on. And he happened to point out, and I didn't even put this together, because, they say the eye is to see and the ears to hear. So sometimes you go back and you're like, oh, shit, I completely missed that before. Well, where were the three monoliths in Space Odyssey 2001? Well, the first one is going to be on Earth. The second is on the moon. And of course, the third is rotating around Jupiter, And then if we have the three-body problem where, Jupiter is the largest planet in our atmosphere or whatever, our solar system, it's so large that it actually fucks the orbit of Saturn when they come close enough together. So I always say that all this Saturn is a distraction.
Also, just another point about Jupiter. Jupiter is a planet of gas, which is basically all storms, right? Like the god of storms, Jupiter. And then the biggest storm is called the Eye of Jupiter, like the Eye of the Illuminati. It's some fucking weird shit. Like I've gone pretty deep into this, and yes, I'm gonna leave it like that.
According to Rigardi, right? Jupiter is Kether too, right?
It's what?
Yeah.
Yeah, according to Israel Rigardi, Jupiter is Kether.
Well, Jupiter is Jehovah and Thor, and that the hammer. This ancient story goes back to the artificers of fire in this lineage of Cain, according to their own people, and that the idea they believe that Cain birthed by Samael by Eve, and that this isn't my opinion, this is what they believe, and that the artificers of fire, see, they believe that before Cain and Abel there was the two pillars of water and fire, the two initiations, and that the two are one but then divided by the Cain slaying Abel, and that
let me interject real quick. Don't lose your train of thought, but this is very true what you're saying, Clint. In fact, this is why the elite believe that they can do the things that they do, because they believe that because they come from Cain, or their father comes from Samael instead of Adam, that they are outside of original sin, because it was Adam that sinned. Him and Eve were kicked out of the garden, but Samael and what was it, Lilith, Eve, Samael and Eve, their son Cain, because he's only half human, that they are superior to human and outside of original sin, and they have a right to rule us.
Oh yeah, definitely goes along with how the Illuminati are all debauchers and do the most vile things.
And then you hear that word repeat, like the teeth, the canines, like the sharp teeth, and then you have the Canaanites who were cannibals, balls that ate human flesh and drank blood.
Here's a fun fact that I recently discovered by going back to the Book of Jasher. I always thought the Canaans were, because I didn't really look too much into it again, too. And when you're not ready to learn something, you're not going to learn it, right? I always thought that the Canaanites, or whatever, Canaan, the land was named after Cain. Well, it's not. It's actually, Canaan was the son of Japheth. So the land that they're fighting over right now is the land of Japheth. It's not Shem's land. But allegedly, God gave it to them or whatever. So there's a whole interesting side there, too, right?
Because sorry, I can't pronounce it. Japheth, Geppetto. Japheth, he was a Caucasian, right? We get racial. Everybody, grab your sphincters, tighten your sphincters.
What specific?
He was Caucasian, right? So the Canaanites, the vampires, they are white and they can't take the sun. That's where partially the legend of the vampire not being able to handle the sun comes from, because white skin does not have a lot of melatonin, and it can't, it causes skin cancer. Melanin. Sorry, I'm fucking high. My bad.
The Royal British, they believe that they are the tribe of Judah, and that the like the Vikings would have been Denmark or the tribe of Dan. There was the whole idea.
That's actually like a major part of this. I mean, that's something that they don't even want you to know, like the Danish connection and the tribe of Dan.
Oh yeah. Well, the Aryan thing that Cooper talks about on the 5th episode of the ADL series, he goes into great detail about how the Illuminists were starting their 5th age of the Aryan race or something, and it's all under the British crown and the Vatican, basically, and that they're pushing this whole thing. They're running the show flat out. I mean, they're running all aspects of. Well, I don't want to talk about it vaguely, but
and that's where you get into like the Blavatsky, Nazi, white supremacy, Aryan sort of stuff.
Well, you got to remember though that they ran the whole Bolshevik thing. They ran the whole Chinese takeover, where they convinced the Chinese to abandon their ancient heritage and be Marxists and destroy their own country. And
because China is like a really old country, and there's a lot of, like, even in the myths, like this whole like Monkey King thing, there's a lot of like truth in the stories. Sorry, Jonah, go ahead. You're trying to get in there.
Oh, I forgot what I was gonna say. I'm brain farting, but
my bad.
Oh no, actually I remember. So now the other thing too is when we're talking about the Promised Land too, right? And I don't know how much we want to go into this, but I'm just gonna say, like, we all know that. I don't know, maybe you guys don't know, but we all know that Stanley Ann Dunham and the alleged mother of Barry Sortoro, she was involved with Peter Strzok's father in placing the Ayatollah in power along with MI6, because the Ayatollah was kicked out of Iran prior to that. And the Shah, here's a fun fact too that I just recently learned by reading the Shah's autobiography. Everyone's like, oh, they committed a coup in 1953. How the fuck did they commit a coup when the Shah was the king and he deposed the fucking prime minister? He kicked him out. Like, how's that a coup? Now, yes, the CIA did offer him some cover while the Mossadegh had to be kind of forced out of the country, but the Shah was the king during World War II. His father abdicated and gave him the throne in Iran or Persia back then. But we're always talking about Iran and death to Israel, death to America. Well, sorry, I believe that you guys were America through George Bush was selling weapons to Iran for the Iran-Iraq war, the Iran-Contra.
And haven't we been giving money to Iran, like even to this day, like just giving them tons of money? I know that there was a deal that we like kind of revoked on, but even still, I know there's a lot of aid that we've rendered them. I'd have to look it up.
But crashed the drones there so they could reverse engineer them. Well, let's go ahead and just mention that the entire time that the Ayatollahs, because there's been multiple, the entire time they've been yelling death to Israel. They're business partners with Israel in oil.
The whole reason we went into Iraq the first time was because they invaded Iran.
Yeah, but Israel and Iran are business partners in oil for the entire time that the Ayatollah has been in place. They have a joint business venture in the oil industry. So how are they enemies if they're literally sitting at the business table together, right? But again, too, it's all dialectics. Now, if we go back to, since we were talking about like the Bible and all that stuff, if we go back and then we talk about the Promised Land, anyone who thinks that all this stuff in Gaza ends at Gaza, really needs to pick up a copy of the Bible or look up the Oded Yonan plan, because Greater Israel or the Promised Land includes parts of Egypt, all of Syria, all of Jordan, Lebanon, Iran, Iraq. I think there's 7 countries total. So all of those have to be conquered for them to return to the Promised Land.
Have you guys ever thought that you'd want to like join a secret society or join the Illuminati just so you could figure out what the fuck is going on?
Oh, that doesn't work.
No, I don't know how much of my past I went into, but when I was young and dumb, I was in the white power skinhead stuff and whatever, and then I might have got some legal troubles and everything. But I did some young dumb stuff, and I realized, I'm an individual. So when I'm going to be like saying, hey, I could trust this person because they have the same patch as me, or nah, fuck that shit. I don't even trust my own family. So how am I going to say that?
Jonah, I would not like even judge you. It is so easy to get sucked into this like these racial ideologies, and it's like mind control. They make you feel special, make you feel like you're part of something, give you a whole history that you weren't aware of before, and it's really seductive stuff.
Dude, that was in like early 90s. And again, too, this is Operation PACCON. So like, man, you literally had like, I was living in just across from Detroit at the time, so you had the Detroit News. You had, man, how did I get in contact? Because this was like before the internet, right? So how did I get in contact with these people? Because CNN is literally giving you the record labels and giving you their mailing addresses. So yeah, I fell for some of that predictive programming. I was more of a nihilist and hated the world at the time, and I got out of that because like, it's just like, man, really, like all of it's kind of it's a whole different thing when you're into it, and it's kind of hard to explain all of it. But again, too, like literally, they were, you think back then you had Higher Learning, you had Russell Crowe's movie Romper Stomper, you had all these other, like, man, how many times they were pushing this stuff back in the 90s, and I was dumb enough to fall for it because I was like 14 and like living on the streets,
Oh yeah, well, the same blueprint that they use for these racist groups, it's the same blueprint for the Marxist groups as well, where they call each other comrade, they call each other proletariat.
Brother.
Well, I disagree with you on that one, because if you look at what they're doing now with all the Marxist groups, they're way more. Man, if you look at like the Sunshine Group, where they're literally recruiting fucking 5-year-olds in schools now. Like they're like especially through all the I didn't bring it up. I didn't mention it because he brought up Fletcher Prouty, but
well, hey, remember that movie? I think it's Dr. Zhivago, where like that woman's giving some kid a bath, and he has to like recite all these like communist fucking ideas to her, and if he gets them wrong, she like slaps his hand.
Jesus.
There was another skinhead movie where there was so there wasn't American History X. There was another one where there was like in the 90s where like it was a teacher who was like a past Nazi or something and recruits a student.
Oh, yeah, I know what movie you're talking about. That movie's messed up.
I think it was that Ethan kid, whatever his name is, or whatever.
Huh. That sounds good.
Yeah, it was a good movie. It was definitely fucked up, that's for sure.
Yeah, it's sad because it's like it's really like something that you see, like even here in Washington, there's some rural towns that are like really white power.
I know them. I know the in Washington you got Robert J. Matthews, right? And then I knew the guys from Portland, the Volksfront guys. Like guys is like, man, I've met them from all over the U.S. and Canada, right? So yeah, but whatever, you know. There's definitely some fun stories, and you know, luckily I stayed up penitentiary, so I can't complain. You know,
what I find really ironic is like usually those groups were associated with the right, but the right is like super pro-Israel right now. So like all these like neo-Nazis and people like that, they must just like not even know where to turn. Like,
well, here's the other thing though too, right? When it comes to left versus right, how can you say that any of that? Like, I mean, the whole left versus right thing is all just a fucking psyop, anyways. It's a mind control thing that comes from the Jacobins and the French Revolution. But I mean, in reality, the left versus right is supposed to be collectivism versus individualism. Well, how can you have a group like, you know, a white supremacist where you're totally about the collective, and then just because it doesn't fit the narrative, you have to say they're right, which is supposed to be the individual side, which it's not at all. So it's all it's all, you know, it's all dialectic, right?
The leftists deny that Nazis were socialists. That's a huge part of it, because socialism was on the left, like how you were saying that thing about collectivism.
Well, yeah. The problem with that, though, too, is where they deny that one is because when they talk about socialism, they talk about the universal one world socialism. Well, you know, the German socialism was pretty much German socialism, like outside the borders. Fuck off.
Well,
there's different types. Like there's anarcho-communism, and then there's I had you guys. I think it was one of the early shows, like one of the ones that Clint first came on when I had the communist guy on here, and he was kind of giving some different definitions of the types of communism.
Well,
I think he was an anarcho-communist.
All those splitting of hairs, Nasta Webster in her book World Revolution shows on paper with extensive bibliography about how the Illuminists, Robespierre and Carnegie and all these other first-hand men of Adam Weishaupt created socialism, the Democratic Society in France, communism, and the anarchy movement, and it blew my mind. I mean, I read it on the air and was like, wow, that's intense.
Yeah, there's some of that. I mean, there's a reason why it's appealing to people. Like I'll just like give a scenario as an example. Like most Americans hate their boss, right? And they hate having to work for somebody because your boss is like, a lot of times it's somebody that's younger than you that just like sucks dick, that kind of works their way to the top. And it's so bad out there with how some of these people like power trip and they act like they're better. A lot of people, they either just don't even want to work, or they want to start their own business, or they want to do gig work and stuff like that. They just hate working for somebody. And communism kind of comes along and it's like, hey, you know, all these rich people, they're fucking assholes. Let's just tear them down. And you're like, you know what? That sounds pretty cool. Fuck these people. They think they're better than me. I'm gonna go take them down.
Well, to add to that, well,
go ahead.
Real quick. To add to that the people that are pro-communism don't realize the Illuminists who made communism are the people that destroyed the middle class in the first place, which created all the vast poverty. Go on.
Well, I was going to say the other thing you need to realize, and actually, you know, once I might have power tomorrow, so but I could do a whole show on this. But if you go back to the 1955 Reese Committee, or you go back to the Dodd report, and of course you can always go to the Norman Dodd interview with G. Edward Griffin from the 80s. But the reason that this is all happening within the USA is because you have the Rockefeller Foundation, you have the Ford Foundation, you have the Carnegie Foundation, then they have the groups like the ADL, the B'nai B'rith, the teachers associations, all that, where they've literally bought out the teachers, bought out the teacher institute or the universities that provide the teachers. And for 100 years, the General Education Board, as well as Carnegie Institute for International Peace, have been specifically training American citizens for collectivism, getting rid of the individualism of the.
They use it. I mean, you got to remember, these people are smart. They're not stupid. They use both sides of communism. Like, they use communism to appeal to people, and then they also use it to rile people up against communism too. So it can be used both ways, and it's kept in a perpetual balance. Just like topics like abortion. Abortion, if you notice, is kept in a perpetual balance. You have it, yet you don't. They always have women all furious about it, and their rights, and they have other people that are just totally against it. They just want to keep it right in the middle so that they can keep everybody distracted from the banking shit going on over here. Because if we all realize that the banks are screwing us all over, we go take them down. So they got to keep all these issues hanging above our heads in perpetual balance to keep us perpetually distracted.
Well, I'll paraphrase that communist piece of shit fucking agent provocateur named Noam Chomsky. Well, he said we're allowed to have vigorous debate as long as we stay within the two boundaries. I paraphrased it. I forget the exact quote, but I don't trust Chomsky. Well, that quote makes sense. So, it's a dialectic.
It was really like all about Chomsky, and I have to admit, like, I'm not that informed in that way about people like Chomsky and stuff like that. Like, that's never really been my area, but it's some pretty interesting stuff. A lot of people take his take on things pretty seriously, it seems like.
Well,
I'd say Gorbachev. Oh, sorry.
I was gonna say the other thing is like all he's saying with that quote is he's talking about a dialectic, and everyone goes ahead and says, "Oh, the Hegelian dialectic," but they ignore the Lenin dialectic, they ignore the Stalin dialectic, they ignore the fact that a dialectic is a ancient Greek word that was brought up by Plato many times, and Plato was the first Zionist and eugenicist. If you actually read the Republic.
Yeah, Plato made socialism, basically. He said the state would own the kids. And Hegel was a racist.
It's a little bit different than that, because the reason Plato wrote the Republic is because he knew that any government system is flawed. Like, even back then, he knew that and this has been the problem both with democracy and with socialism, communism, is that there's always people that take advantage of having powerful positions. This is the reason a lot of us don't want to work for a boss or have a boss. So his whole thing was, yes, the government like takes the kids, but not really. It's only the leadership. Like the leadership is a completely, and I'm not for this or anything like that. I'm just saying what I've read about it. There's a actual group that has to be raised by the state, and they have to live in like impoverished sort of like commune, maybe like even communist sort of lifestyle. That way they don't have any taste of luxury, and they have no desire for power or anything personal. And this is me saying like that would never work because it goes against human nature. But that's kind of the idea and that's kind of like how ancient times was, in a way, where the ruling class, it's not so much that they thought that they were necessarily better. I mean, obviously they did, but the ones that really had true noble tendencies, they considered their birthright a duty to the people.
Yeah, but let's not forget too, Plato, he was not revered at all until all these Kabbalists and all these Freemasons took control within the last 100 years. Now all of a sudden he's supposed to be like the greatest thinker of all time.
Wasn't he gay? Wasn't Plato gay?
I don't know, but Aristotle got killed too because
over this. This is important to me.
Plato was only initiated into the first 2 degrees of the Egyptian degrees. Side note.
Wasn't Socrates gay as well? Why are
They're
we listening
Greeks.
to these people?
Wait. Let me go ahead and interject. If you ever read Homer, them sleeping with men is the least of their problem because lambs, goats, and everything else is involved. If you read Homer, or a number of other ancient Greek texts, and it's kind of funny because I shouldn't have said that. Now that I'm thinking about it, because the only time I've ever been banned or censored or kicked off of Facebook or Instagram because I keep my following small. It's because I've been making fun of the Greeks and their love for animals.
and little boys
dude,
too.
You guys know the spiritual gangster, right? You know Teresa, the spiritual gangster. So I was literally sending a comment to her once, and it said that I had to have permission to send it with something about Greek people, and I have screenshots and I sent it to her. I'm like, what the fuck is this about?
Oh yeah.
So I have like a special algorithm against me about Greek people.
Well, that's one argument that you can really like make against a lot of these ancient peoples. They were just a perverted ass shit, like orgies and animals, and oh my god.
Jonah was almost a victim of a thought crime. Yeah, the Greeks seem to be like Sodom and Gomorrah.
Well, that's why they call anal sex. They call it Greek. Because supposedly the Greeks were related, but you know, I don't have any issue with that. Like, it's not. I don't dislike gay people or anything. It's not an issue like that. But the pedestry stuff, where they're into little boys, that's pretty fucking evil.
Yeah, that's gross.
Oh yeah.
I think if I was to be in the ancient world, I'd want to be in the Amazon jungle because they had the strongest plant medicines.
And the Amazonian women that are like 7 foot tall and they like wrap you in their legs and just crush your pelvic bones because they're so strong.
Oh yeah, but
I think that was on like what was it? Futurama, or they're like
they're actually pretty short.
They're like, hell yeah, but we're gonna die the best way ever. But there probably were Amazonian women, like they were like Nephilim or something like that, like female Nephilim. So they're just like really big and powerful, and they had a culture kind of like, you know, some of the tribes like the Mongols, the Mongolians.
We're on Hellenic
archers.
What's that, Jonah?
While we're on Hellenic, can I bring up something that I found really interesting? Because I don't believe the history at all that they tell us. But so you guys are not Canadian, but do either of you know what a Métis person is? Meteis.
Is it a tribe?
It is a specific blend of First Nations and French people.
Oh, I think Jin the Ninja was telling me about that when he came on my show on Friday.
Now, here's a fun fact, though. Why is a blend of First Nations and French people named after the wife of Zeus?
Interesting.
Yeah, and then and you can look up too, right? If you look up what their battle flag is, and Ouroboros. But these are French native individuals, but everything about them is Hellenic. Now, as far as Canada, we went out of where to like slaughter them and pretty much get rid of them. And then we had Louis Riel, who's actually, he was part of the Hudson Bay Company, so that's a whole different thing. But if you even look into it too, here let's go ahead and have some fun here. I bring this up all the time. We have a tribe here in Canada called the Acadian tribe. That's Acadian. You know, but that makes me think of Acadian, right? Well, you know, not too far from there's literally a place in Quebec that matches the exact dimensions of the Tower of Babel called Mount Babel. It's literally so you have the Acadian tribe right next to Mount Babel, and guess how they came up with the name for Mount Babel. Allegedly, it's a Jesuit priest that it's named after. So we all know about Jesuits, right?
Yeah.
But
the Society of Jesus. You know what's funny about the Jesuits? I was watching that mini series on Netflix, Shogun, and the Jesuits show up in that. And it's funny because they're evil like they really were.
Now, I have a couple of other quick points on this here. Now, the Acadian tribe, right? So that they can also be called the Micmac. Now, if you go to the Canadian Encyclopedia and you look it up, it's really funny, and maybe I can find it, or but pretty much they're like, oh, where did this word come from? And they give all these different possible reasons, and they're like, oh, well, maybe it might be from the Micmac language. So it's kind of funny that way. But then I'll give a shout out to Old World Micmac. He usually does with Old World Florida or whatever, and he's on Twitter and Instagram. But he actually speaks the Micmac language or Acadian. And it's kind of funny because it's almost identical to Sumerian.
Oh wow!
Well, there's the argument that there really were no Sumerians; there were just ancient Acadians.
Yeah, Acadians, not Acadians.
Sumerian. Sorry, go ahead.
What do you know about the Blackfoot and the Swiss? Some part Canadian, Blackfoot, Swiss.
I don't know too much about those ones. There's like even here, like I'm in Southern Ontario, not too far from you. I can think about it's Delaware territory, but just on the way from the farm I'm living on to the farm that I work, I go by the Oneida tribe, I go by the Munsee, I go by Moravian, I go by. There's like 6 tribes I go by on the way to work. So I mean,
which animal clan of the Oneida do you go by?
I don't know. It's just outside of London, Ontario.
Well, I've heard the Blackfoot peoples were Black Indians, meaning they had the characteristics of more like Black Africans.
Oh, you mean like the Olmecs?
Yes, exactly like the Olmecs. Exactly. That's why they're called the Blackfoot, because they literally were really dark people, and over time it was. And there was also white Indians too, like tribes that were so white they were Caucasians.
Breath of Life is a good book on that. He was actually an artist, and he went and toured, and he did the whole thing.
You guys remember Kennewick Man?
Yeah,
he was a Caucasian skeleton that they found, and the bones are claimed by a Native American tribe. But they always say, "Oh, that's got to be Vikings. Vikings came here and explored." Maybe they did. Maybe they didn't. Maybe people came here earlier than that, and they actually had tribes here.
Oh yeah. Well, I didn't want to say. The Siksika is the other word for Blackfoot, but from my understanding, that they would burn the forest floor, and then they would walk on the burnt floor, and then it would make their moccasins black on the bottom. That was from my understanding. But
there's one of the most interesting things is the war between the Apaches and I can't remember what their name was, but you know how like the Apaches are kind of like badasses, like they'd survive out there in the desert and they're really fierce and stuff like that. Well, these other guys were like, there was way less of them, and they were just like fighting the Apaches like crazy. I think they were fighting over horses. Comanches, yes. The Apaches and the Comanches. That's one of the like craziest native tribe war sort of stories that's out there.
Well, how much do either of you know about like the First Nations schools or the red schools that we had here in Canada?
Not very much.
I'd say they stripped their culture from them, and it's pretty sad.
So literally, it's kind of funny too, because even we have Justine Castro, our prime minister, and he's always like, "Oh, the Pope has to apologize." No, Justine Castro, you need to apologize because it's your alleged father who was still opening these red schools when I was alive. It was the RCMP that was taking them at gunpoint, while 50,000 ended up going missing over 100 years.
Yeah, wasn't it at the debate, I think, where they were saying like the schools that Native Americans go to, they still have like the same graduation rate or grades or something like that they had back like when all that went back when reservations first started.
It's hard to say. Like there's like at least over the last 20 years, like I've had successes, but there's one I can tell you right now. I'm about an hour and a half from Toronto. There's the one resurrect between here and there, Calden or whatever. It still doesn't have fucking running water. Does not have running water.
Wow. Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of things like that you hear, but here in Washington, there's a reservation pretty much any direction that you turn, and most of them have big, very profitable casinos on them. And then there's just huge expanses of wilderness that are just reservations, and it's like some of the only places around here that are just still completely wild. You can see some real beautiful nature there.
Here, a lot of them. So, like, Southern Ontario, we got a lot of tobacco and stuff too, right? So they make a shit ton of. Like, when I go buy my smokes, like, man, you can buy a bag of 200 cigarettes for $12, or you can buy like a carton with the packs for $15 or $20, or you can go all the way up. And then the gas too. So they make a killing off of gas because, like, when I leave the city here, it's like let's say today it was 145. I go to the res, it's 120 a liter. So you're saving 25 cents every liter. So they're making killings that way.
Yeah, the real sad thing is the erasure of history. I think a lot of the best alternate history stuff, even stuff like the cryptozoology, the idea of woolly mammoths living in North America up until the cowboy days, stories about giants, Sasquatch, civilizations, North American civilizations, all that stuff is part of the destruction of Native American culture, and it gets into the the idea of the colonists and the destruction of these cultures. And like me personally, I don't believe that these people are just coming over here to just start a new life and do better themselves. I think a lot of this colonial stuff is really an extermination. It's a purposeful extermination of people that have knowledge of ancient times or pre-flood times, Atlantean times, the way that they've gone after the Native Americans and Central Americans, as well as like these Ugar people that are being put in camps in China, and the existence of Islam and the purpose of Islam. Islam is an idol smashing religion where it's about going into existing cultures and smashing their idols. And no, there's idols are evil. That's also Christianity. You could say, like, I have a very dual view of Christianity. Like, I'm a Christian, but I also sort of acknowledge that Christianity was used as an idol smashing religion to bury the past and ancient knowledge and the existence of other gods and things like that. Sorry to go long winded on.
No. I'll somewhat push back on you, but for me, and again too, I always say anyone who tells me it's the Jews, it's the blacks, it's the Asians, I say you're retarded, because if you can't see that it's the rabbis, it's the priests, and it's the clerics, then you really need help, because you can't say one culture over another did more damage or whatever. Proportionate maybe, but realistically, not one of those. It's always, let's just be honest. Like, look at World War One. You have three.
I actually agree with you, because that's basically what the synagogue of Satan is. It's the Catholic priests, the Catholic or the rabbis. It's the alliance between the Judaic religions, Islam, Judaism, and Christianity.
Well, you mean the house of Abraham and the Dubai that they're built?
Something like that. It's all based around the Jew pater stuff.
We can't forget the Pope being you could term the Pope Antichrist, because he thinks he's the vicar of Christ on earth, quote unquote, and he's definitely part of the equation.
Oh yeah. The Catholics and the Jesuits and all of them. I think it's been said very strongly by people like Malachi Martin and Archbishop, or not Archbishop. What was that guy's name? Bengali, or the recent. I think he was he a cardinal that was excommunicated? But anyways. I'm getting too much in the minutia, but anyway, the whole point is these people are Luciferians. The Vatican are Luciferians.
Yeah. Can I go back into the one? Go ahead.
You remember when they sung that hymn to Lucifer and it was all over the net like 10 years
Yeah, that
ago?
was weird.
Yeah, that was.
Can I jump back into can I jump back into one thing about the First Nations and how it would erase your history and how they feed us absolute fucking bullshit and call it history?
Yeah.
Smallpox blankets. Biggest fucking lie I've ever heard, because I'll tell you what. Are you, I, or Dan, or Clint, or anyone listening to this gonna go around riding around with fucking blankets covered in smallpox? No? Well, why the fuck would people in 1800 be doing that?
Well, they say it was the first use of. You gotta remember, the socialists they're eugenicists. They want to get rid of everybody they can that's not Aryan, basically.
Yeah, but I'm talking about the actual logistics of carrying smallpox blankets and not wiping out your own troops or whatever. Like what? Hoping that y'all are fucking immune to it through natural immunity, which doesn't exist, as we were told in COVID. The whole thing doesn't make sense as far as a bioweapon. He's using a fucking blanket. Like they didn't even have latex gloves back then. Like, come on, like get real. I don't buy that for a moment.
The ironic thing about like a lot of the eugenics and white supremacy stuff, it's not even like I hope that people don't feel like I'm pointing a finger at white people, because that's not what this is or anything like that. It's in fact the elite themselves and these white supremacists, eugenicists, they actually believe the race that they hold above everybody else isn't even humanity. It's like something they were trying to create, like the Nazis were trying to bring out the Ubermen by using certain genetics. Like their standard isn't anybody that's walking around. It's something that they're trying to draw out.
Let me dig into this. Go ahead. They
think they can use DNA engineering and stuff and all sorts of methods to create the perfect man.
Like the show The Boys. That's what that's kind of all about in a way.
No. I'm gonna give you something on a different level that maybe you'll see what I'm saying, maybe you won't, or maybe I'm just running my mouth. Which I don't give a fuck, because I do that all the time too.
Well, carry on.
But so when if you go back to Europe, right, or if you go back to like pre-1860 America, there is no white. It's Europe. If you go back to like, man, I have Irish in me. You go back there, we're not fucking British. We do not give a fuck about them, right? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So white doesn't exist until now. When they're saying white, and this is my opinion after having been a white supremacist, a kind of his kid, but more of a nihilist. When they're saying white, what they're actually saying is light. When they're talking about Luciferian, because they're actually talking the light bringer or the light bearer. So literally, when they're saying white supremacy, they're talking about a white supremacist system. They're talking about the Luciferian system.
You're definitely onto something there. There's a huge link. In fact, some of these occultists that are also white supremacists, they actually believe that the white race is the race that's basically fathered by the devil and comes down through Cain. So the vampire race believes that they are superior to humanity. Like that's kind of a goofy way of pointing it out. But there's like video games like Legacy of Kain. You hear what I'm saying here? Legacy of Kain. That's what the video game is called. And it's about vampires taking over the world and making smoke come out of these big like factories to block out the sun so they can walk around and terrorize humanity. Like the truth in a way is told in the form of this mythological video game.
Yeah,
like Gil Basin's allegedly trying to do, or Starlink.
Yeah,
well, check this out. It's like the etymology that I've come to found for the word Aryan leads to the word Aries, and then the ruling planet of Aries is Mars, and that this whole war god system, they all use the red flag in the for the Illuminists, the red flag of France, China, Germany, Russia, and like red, the symbol of Mars, even the Pentagon, a 5-pointed building, the symbol of Mars, and that like kings. Think about the Osiris or Hiram Abiff was under the king of Tyre. Tyre was another old word for Mars. and there's a strange situation.
Aren't they addressing the king of Tyre in Isaiah? Or am I getting it mixed up?
The Masonic stuff isn't in the Bible with the king of Tyre and stuff.
I'll point out too. If either you know of Henry McCow, MAKOW, he's Canadian. He was a Jewish individual, and our Canadian Human Rights Commission went after him because he's anti-Zionist. But he points out, I'm pretty sure it was him, because I was recently reading his books. But he points out that the very first ever Jewish flag was actually red with a gold seal of Solomon on it. So you have the red and gold, which is obviously the Chinese flag today or the USSR. So they're using the exact same color schemes as the original red Jews from the 1300s.
Yeah. Well, plus the Russian flag and China's current, the hammer and the sickle. Hammer for Thor, sickle for Saturn. The Thor being Jehovah or the other.
Oh. And I'll just point out too, and I pointed this out the day it happened. Let's just, and I wish I would have thought of it when Ole was going on today, but let's just go ahead and point out that fucking Trump jumped up and said fight, 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 and gave the communist fist.
Yeah. See, Trump's a commie. Yeah, the thing about the assassination, all that stuff, like, man, I'm kind of proud of myself because I feel like I surprised Ole when I brought up the hidden hand symbology on the cover of Time magazine. But I gave him credit. I said, you taught me well. Making sure he knows he's a sensei and he has that respect. He's a man.
And let me go ahead again. And I brought it up when he was here. I don't know if either of you have ever read the book by Cody Snodgrass, and that's Snodgres. You can get it on Light on Conspiracies. He actually comes out and openly admits as a whistleblower that he was offered the contract to do the Oklahoma City building, and he turned it down. And the book is thoroughly researched, backed up with news clippings, backed up with a bunch of other. I don't want to give it away. I highly recommend. I would say, for me personally, better than Behold the Pale Horse as far as in the conspiracy realm for books.
There's a movie back in the 90s, and it's kind of like loosely based on the Oklahoma City bombing, where this guy is actually a conspiracy theorist, and he knows that they're going to try to blow up this building, like the government's going to do it. And somehow, by trying to stop it from happening, he ends up being the guy that like blows up the building. Like, they framed him. It's just like it's one of the. Oh yeah, that movie's fucking badass. I mean, it's terrible. It's like,
I forget what that is.
It's just like if you apply that to real life, that's pretty much kind of what they do. I mean, maybe not that intricate where they frame the. Like, imagine they did that to one of us. Like, all of a sudden, we're like some terrorist or something that did something.
The weird thing about Oklahoma is Cooper says in the radio show that because he had 50,000 citizen intelligence agencies that were in his group or whatever that he created, and like he said that he had so many reports from all these different all his agents or whatever in Oklahoma City. They said they were all seeing Timothy McVeigh all over the city at the same time, and it was very strange.
Weird.
It was a weird anomaly.
All I'm saying is, if you haven't read that book, you need to buy it.
What's it called again?
Choosing the Light. It's right on. And I'll give you the full spelling of the name. It's CODY, and the last name is SN, like November, O Oscar, D Delta, G Golf, RES, Snodgrass. He literally. He talks about like fucking working in Mina. He talks about like he was a black as Ole said, he literally had no problem killing overseas. But once they asked him to kill on American soil, that's when he fucking said no. Well, and then he writes his entire story. He talks about all the reasons that the job was committed, not just the ones that are obvious, like the white water papers. There's much more. I'm not giving any details, but I highly recommend everyone reads it. It's thoroughly backed up with supporting documentation.
Oh, yeah. Well, what's weird, when they executed McVeigh, one of the reporters, it was a lady, she said, I didn't know people could breathe after they died. and then 24 hours afterwards, they cremated his body, and in that state, it had to be 72 hours. And like, so there wasn't an autopsy done before he was cremated.
Yeah. And since we're talking about this, let's just say, and it's gonna, now that I've talked about it, I'm actually gonna get you another fucking warning label, like the when I appeared on it says, "Oh,
Don't do that.
no, it's already gonna happen." Because like when we talked about last night,
yourself, I don't want to get this show taken down. This is a great show. We had Ole on.
But Cooper points out.
But anyways, yeah, let's get off that topic.
All right. Well, just one more thing about the topic. Cooper published in his newspaper the seismograph results, which were confiscated by the Bureau all over the state, and which showed that there was two explosions.
Yeah.
Well, remember the Black Lives Matter guy, like the first guy. I'm sorry, my memory sucks so bad. What was his name? The first guy that got beat up or killed.
Oh, Michael Brown.
No. The one that
the famous one.
Yeah.
What, the hands up don't see was Michael Brown?
No, the guy that got choked.
I think he got choked.
Or he died. He was like hooked on drugs, but the police were rough with him, and they shouldn't have. They didn't even tell the guy he was under arrest.
The one where the policeman put his knee on the back of the guy's head.
Oh, that's not the first one. That's like fucking the most recent one. That's George Floyd.
Yeah, George Floyd. Remember when George Floyd had a clone, and the guy looks exactly like George Floyd?
Oh, dude! Wait. There's an Instagram. It's called George Droid AI Negro Tech.
What?
It's an AI where it's like Bill Gates, Mark Zuckerberg, and Elon Musk talking about bringing back George Floyd, and there's multiple like AI videos that are just hilarious.
Well, there's like some people that point to all these old like books and different photos and things like that. They say, "Oh yeah, we've had perfectly accurate cybernetic humans for a long time, like even back in the 1800s, that look exactly like people and they're indistinguishable, and these things have always been around."
Well, I'd say in the far out end, that we possibly have had cloning since 1938, and that you remember the what was that space launch Challenger? Supposedly, well, I mean, I went into this subject pretty deep before, but every person who died on Challenger, they had a twin.
Yeah, Dr.
And it's like, how does 6 or 7 people? How do they hire 6 or 7 people that all miraculously have twins? It was impossible.
Well,
the probability of that happening in statistics is impossible.
No, I mean? They just have Joseph Mengele doing the hiring. But real quick, what was? You're telling me that droids aren't real? What was that little girl who had the sitcom in the 80s?
Are you talking about Punky Brewster?
No, there was a droid. There was a droid chick in the 80s. Oh, what the fuck was it called? I don't know if you guys are old as me because I was born in the 70s. There was
a bionic woman.
No, there was a droid. It was a little girl. It was a droid.
Yeah, nothing's coming up for me, but that's weird. I mean, I'm from the 80s.
I remember the late 80s, but
yeah, Ninja Turtles, He-Man, GoBots.
I've seen Predator in theater.
Oh shit! Or maybe it might have been just a Canadian TV show, but there was definitely one that I remember.
I thought I was badass because I got to go see T2, Terminator 2 at the theater.
Yeah. Oh yeah, I seen what was it? Predator and the other Arnold one in the theater.
Well, let's go down to the Terminator one here because I can't necessarily prove the relation, but I'm gonna go out on a limb and say that James Cameron is related to Ewan Cameron. From MK Ultra in Montreal, because James Cameron is actually born in Kapuskasing, Ontario. Ewan Cameron was definitely tied to that region. He had another sub office in Timmins, which is right next to it, kind of. Now, you also have to think of, how did James Cameron, who was a truck driver, get to be his first movie director was Arnold Schwarzenegger in The Terminator. And then you have all the tie-ins to the Starnet and all that shit. There's definitely a bloodline connection there, and just from knowing that area, because I actually have family in Kapuskasing, which is like nothing, like 5,000 people. It's kind of funny that I can tie both James Cameron and Ewan Cameron right to that little neck of the woods here in Canada, and then all of a sudden he's doing all these fucking, let's call them MK Ultra movies.
Yeah, the Plan movies, the Illuminati Plan.
Yeah, the whole idea of, the skeleton being cybernetic, and then there being a outside layer of organic tissue, like even the eyes being accurate. Again, like these T-800s or Terminators, they could have been around a lot longer than we think. According to the mainstream, they don't even exist yet, but I find it hard to believe, like, given some of the weirdness that goes on out there, and even like the T-1000, who is basically liquid metal. I bet that's just a bunch of nanobots all kind of coming.
But he was a know-nothing, like he's a Canadian from a know-nothing town who was a truck driver in California with a script, and he got the director of Arnold Schwarzenegger, the biggest, the Nazi criminal's son, who is the biggest action star of the 80s, and he's doing the movie.
Yeah,
it's weird.
That's the New World Order reeks over the whole. And plus, the movie, the one lady on the video, she says, one of the writers, she said that that John Connor was Neo, but also John Connor was
the one who wrote the one who wrote it, the black female. She said they're the same story, right?
Yeah,
the Savior, Messiah.
But the stories, the symbols of the story are. It was weird how she brought it to the Hopi prophecy or whatever.
Yeah,
I can't remember what she said exactly.
I had no idea that, because I always hear people saying like, "Oh, Trump is Jesus, he's the Messiah," stuff like that. But there's actually like really an occult sort of thing going on here with him, like some Kabbalah type of thing where they really do. He really is like the Messiah to these people. Like I'm starting to understand that.
Well, dude, did you know there's a book called The Trump Prophecies?
I heard something like that. I know that there's a guy on Twitter that does his name, I think, is Donnie Darko, and he has a pretty interesting thread about
well, I honestly don't think that he's gonna win, because I think the whole thing's rigged.
I actually had a conversation with my previous employment. I had a conversation with the woman who wrote that book. She had to be one of the customers or whatever for the corporation I was working for, or whatever. So I don't want to go too much into that. But she started talking about the book. I guess it's like some firefighter had this dream where Trump's going to appoint 5 different Supreme Court justices. He's going to do this. He's going to do that. So they're like, literally, this was wrote before the 2016 elections.
Yeah, that's interesting. We are kind of. I'm sorry, guys. We are like. I didn't realize it was already past 4 hours. So
it's 1:30, and I got to be up by 5:30 so I can be on the farm by first light.
Yeah. Let's go ahead and close things out. I'm gonna just kind of pull you guys off and get back to you one by one. Let's go ahead and say our goodbyes, do our plugs, say what you want to say. Try not to go like real long because I'm tired, but let's go ahead with Clint.
I did want to say I wrote in the note, I forgot to say about Rothschild's his family seal. It had 14 arrows, like the 14 parts of Osiris, which are just like the 14 parts of the obelisk in Dealey Plaza, where JFK was sacrificed by the secret societies that decided that it was his time to kick the bucket, which is fucked up because they definitely had knowledge of it, security of JFK's, and that they, because the convoy was going left to west to east or whatever, and then it starts going south, and that was unplanned. Whoever made the plan to go south on that road obviously was in connection with the person who killed JFK, but I'm sure there's some sort of scenario like that possibly happening in modern times. But I did want to say Third World Assassin is my YouTube and Twitter. Third World Assassin at Feed the Gods Twitter, which is White Zombie song reference. And then my YouTube, listen to Wayne Cooper and listen to live streams where Dan and other that's about it. Hasta luego, and nothing but read everything, just like Cooper says. And then sapere aude, which means dare to be wise.
Awesome. Thank you, Clint. And next, let's talk to Jonah.
Yeah. I like to quote. People always ask me why I'm always into this stuff, and I like to quote Frederick Douglass or paraphrase him: "A man without knowledge is unfit to be, a man with knowledge is unfit to be a slave." But usually I do every week with Raven Kiefer. We do No Apologies interviews. You can just look up No Apologies interviews. It's Jonah Deep Dive. They'll come up. We've been having some technical issues that have been repeated today last week with, it seems every time we're supposed to get together, either his service goes down or mine goes down recently. But it is what it is. Other than that, I'm usually troublemaker.jonah on Instagram or Twitter or whatever. I talk a lot of shit, but lately, because I've been farming this year, like on a farm, haven't been on social media, so it may not be worth checking out.
All right. Thank you, Jonah. Have a good one. All right. Thank you, everybody. I am really tired. I'm not even used to broadcasting on a Sunday. It's very weird for me. I'm just not quite used to it yet. But I hope that others out there are willing to make the adjustment, because unfortunately the show does have to be on Sundays. It has a lot to do with my real life schedule and it changing, one of these recent changes in my life. So there's no more Friday night party or Saturday night party. We got to do a party at the time where nobody parties. But usually the show should be on earlier. It's not going to be on late. We had to go late for Ole, but we're going to be doing shows more like at 11 a.m. and make it like going to church. That way we can get into a routine. We'll call it the Church of the End of Days, where all we talk about is the end of the world. I'm going to skip the rest of what I have just because the show has already gone over 4 hours, and I promised myself I'd watch the runtime. I actually want to go down to like 3 hours, but I don't know if that'll work. We have a lot to talk about. We got to get to the news. There's always a lot of news, and when we talk to our guests, it's nice having the flexibility of being able to go a bit longer. And there's just a lot to talk about. How else can I put it? Radio shows are usually about 3 hours and 20 minutes, kind of commercials. This show is about 4 hours. But we got to do what we got to do. And if the longer format is what everybody wants, then there's no reason to change. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. And I always believe in listening to the fans, the listeners, because without them, there is no show. So if they tell me that they like or dislike something that goes against what I feel myself and what I think, what I believe myself, and what I'm motivated, intended to do myself, then I can be big enough to put my ego aside and listen to what they have to say for the betterment of the show. So I will always listen to your criticisms, your likes and your dislikes, and I'll always take them into account. I might not always do what you want me to do, but I'll certainly take it into account and I will think about it. Remember to go to endofdaysradio.com. Remember to donate to the show. Really need those donations. Keep the servers up. Keep the lights on. I apologize for the break. I just had to take a break. I was also very burnt out from doing this show and working. It's very aggravating when you are busy like 24/7. But it's possible with the right mindset and the right attitude. So taking a break means cleaning my palate and getting my vibration back on track, getting my thoughts sorted out and getting my intentions clean so that I can approach things from a more wise perspective, unlike when you're burnout and you're getting emotional and you can't even think straight and things just start falling apart all around you. It's all about your mindset and your attitude and whether or not you can stay focused during tough times. It's also about strength. It's about strength and being able to handle a lot of crap being thrown at you. Who gets crap thrown at them worse than people that are into this truth stuff or conspiracy or fringe or whatever label you want to put on it? Who comes more under attack? Who I mean, this is for misfits, right? People that notice there is something wrong with the world. A lot of times because there's something wrong with them, right? You don't fit in and you start to see things other people don't because you're not as busy talking about the latest gossip. You're taking a different perspective on things. I appreciate everybody who listens to this show. It's really important to me that if you're able, hop on with us Sundays. If you're somebody that was, for whatever reason, not able to come on the show because your schedule conflicted, and now that we're on Sundays, now you can participate in the show. That's awesome. That makes up for the people that we're losing, right? Sometimes in life, we have to make sacrifices. I have to sacrifice the Fridays and the Saturdays. Unfortunately, Todd, he's not really able to join us like he once was. It's very disheartening. He usually does things on Sundays, and unfortunately, as much as it makes me feel terrible and probably makes him feel terrible and the audience feel terrible, he's probably not going to be as big a part of this show as he was before because of that scheduling conflict. So I need you people out there, you radio stars out there, to hop up on me and participate and give me your thoughts and your opinions and come on and ask the guests good questions and make yourself a part of this program, because this is an interactive program and it is a great platform with a lot of listeners, and it's a good way to get yourself out there as well. If you're interested in doing this, or you're interested in writing books or being somebody in this field, then it's a great opportunity for you to get your foot in the door and possibly become an ongoing character on the show. And if you get bored with it and you don't want to do it anymore, that's fine. That happens. But come and hang out with us for a little while. Get to know us personally. I'm sure that you'll find it very rewarding. But that's all I have to say for now. I'm Daniel. These are the end times. I appreciate you keeping me company while I deal with this purgatory that I seem to be born inside of. You guys make me realize that I'm not the only one. So thank you. Thank you for joining me. And thank you to everybody that joined us tonight. Ole Dammegard, man, was he something else. And drew a great crowd as well. And this is probably one of the only places left that he's able to get his message out there. And that's fine with me, because that's what we're all about. We're all about helping those that are under fire from the deep state, from the New World Order. the Illuminati, whatever you want to call it. Love you guys. Thank you so much. I'm not going to keep going on and on because I need to get some sleep. Thank you for joining me tonight. Come back next week. We have a great guest lined up, and come back every week because there's not going to be another break for a while. We're back. We're going strong. We're going to do this thing. We're going to get to the end of the story. We're going to uncover secrets that we didn't even know were secrets, or we didn't even know they existed. That's how this usually goes, right? You don't know what you don't know because you don't know what you don't know. But soon we'll know even more if that's possible. Can you imagine going from here to even deeper levels and what that might feel like? Wow. Okay, everybody. Thank you so much. Have a good night. I'm Daniel signing off from the Broken Ruins. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.